Ready? Aim!
There's too many!
Anyone see my mammoth?
Stumpy! Hello! We are back. I'm still Mickey. This man over here is, strangely enough, still Carlo. And we're also joined this week by Kurt, Belisarius, all the way over from the USA. Kurt, I'll start with yourself today. How's the weather over there?
Not bad, not bad. Nice autumn day. Yeah. How's it in Britain? Drizzly, rainy, overcast?
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
Cold.
Yeah. Pretty sad over here, isn't it, Carlo, to be honest?
It's freezing. I'm sitting in my house wearing a massive jacket.
Got the flannel.
Yeah, I'm actually freezing cold.
But, Carlo, do you pay for heating, or are you one of these people who doesn't put the heating on
The
ever?
heating's on.
Fucking hell. All right. Anyway, yes, we're back. Myself and Carlo. We're obviously travelling back from France last week. Around about this time, we were still on the train. We did try and get an earlier train back, but like they wanted to charge us like, was it 50 quid or something to change the ticket to an hour earlier? Yeah, ridiculous.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we're back, settled in. And before anyone asks, no, the builder has not been updated with Baratheon's Hero 3 and 4. More on those later.
Slacking, Carlos, slacking.
You know what? I've been much busier at work, which leaves a lot less mental space to just go and work on the site as soon as I finish work. Rather than finishing work and being like, well, I did nothing today, so I might go and work on the site. Kind of been finishing work and being like, God, you know what? I don't want to do anymore. So, yes, I have been slacking. I apologize.
Well, it's also images and things like that. Although the back end can be built, which does take time, of course, from Carlo's day. It's about sourcing good quality images because we don't want to put absolute garbage on there.
I did nothing today.
There we go. Random bit of extra video, extra Carlo. If you don't want to listen to him once, you can listen to him twice. All right then. FNC, Carlo. Should we start with the French national event for us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Kurt, we spoke about this briefly before, Kurt. You actually have some various questions you were going to ask us throughout, so feel free at any time to just bombard us with random questions, and I'm sure people in chat might have questions as well. But FNC, so I'll start off, I guess, with the initial thing, which was me and Carlo travelled down on the Friday. I saw Carlo awake at 7 a.m, which is a sight that basically no one has ever seen before.
And nobody wants to see again.
No. And I will say, I mean, there isn't really much to say about the travel, aside from the fact that, ironically for me and Carlo, the train travel to London or to Luton was by far the longest part of our journey, and was fine. Like, there was no issues with the travel this time around, really.
Yeah, I would say the only negative thing about the entirety of FNC in Bordeaux was that Bordeaux is not an easy airport to get to. That is the only thing that could be better. Not to give away the long and the short of what I thought of FNC, but like the only thing which is basically unchangeable, non-negotiable, in terms of like everything else that went on, is that Bordeaux was not an easy airport to get to. So from the UK, like I wouldn't normally fly from London. I would fly out of Newcastle. You can't fly from Newcastle to Bordeaux. So that was only unfortunate part of it, really. But long day, long travel.
Yeah, it was quite a distance to get there. But yeah, on the most part, travel was absolutely fine. And then what turned out to be, and it sounds really weird, I'm going to say the best part of the weekend, but a completely unexpected part of the weekend. Because Carlo dealt with this initially, and Carlo had been asked about a shuttle to and from the airport, getting like on the first night when we first arrived, seeing if we could get like a car from one of the guys, the FNC organisers, to the hotel, because getting an Uber or a taxi when you first arrive in France is, especially when between the four of us, I spoke the most French, and when I say the most French, I said like 7 words in French. So like the bar was set low, and I only just surpassed the bar.
Mickey, they've watched you try and read out tournament names.
Oh,
they,
yeah.
They know what your French is.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's bad, and I was the best.
It's like that meme from Friends where Phoebe's trying to teach Joey how to speak French.
Yes.
Je m'appelle Lee Poo Poo.
Not far off that. So yeah, I mean, Carlo booked this shuttle, and this leads into what was, I guess, one of the most amazing things from the weekend, I think, which it turns out was not a shuttle to and from the airport. We had inadvertently booked, I think, a slight miscommunication from Titus Philip. We'd literally paid for trips to and from the airport, to and from the hotel, the whole weekend. And we, like, at no point did we have to pay for a taxi or an Uber or anything. There was always, like, they would shuttle us back to and from the hotel. We went for a meal on the night out, didn't we, on this Friday when we first got there? Got a lift to and from the hotel where we were staying to the place where they're having the meal, and then back to the hotel. Like, as a general rule of thumb, massive shout out again to Ender Wilbur, or Wilfred, sorry, absolute legend, who did a huge amount of travelling for us. Also Philippe, who did some as well. Decipher, Florentin, and everyone else. Mer was the last one, wasn't it? Legendary. Which
Yeah, it was unexpected. It was a surprising level of hospitality.
yeah. So that was nice. We went for a nice meal on the Friday night, as I said before. That was lovely. Went there. A lot of the organisers were there already. We went and joined in, and we sat and chatted with the likes of Decipher and people like that. Great first evening. Absolutely fantastic. And then I guess the tournament itself. So Carlo, I don't know if you want to take over and talk about the venue, the tournament itself, the organisation. That's that end of it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was surprised as soon as I arrived on the very first day that they provided croissants and coffee in the morning as part of the event. Yep. And then provided lunch, which was nice. All on site. No, all part of the ticket price. All part of the event. Like nothing else. I barely, other than when we went to the restaurant on Friday night and Saturday night, I barely spent any money while I was there. And that's just because the entire thing was basically included in €50, I think, right? Yeah. €50 ticket price, and like there was so much included in that. Loads of space in the hall. They had switched venues so that they could break 100 people. I think ended up with 80 something, right? After some last minute no arrivals. I have to check the final numbers actually.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it was 90 something, which became 80 something, or yeah. 82 looks right.
Yes, 82. I know that the Italian group who were initially going to be meeting us there, I can't remember. Is it 2 or 3 of them came down with COVID? Basically, like a couple of days away from the event starting, which is a big shame. So none of the Italian group made it out.
Unfortunate. Unfortunately, the Italians didn't make it. Spaniards were there. A lot of French. Was there any other internationals? I don't particularly remember.
Spanish, us, and French were the only kind of 3 nations I remember being represented.
Yep. It was just there was a lot of space. Tables were a lot of the table mats in use that have the sideboard already attached, that are available from. Is it from Baratheon or is it from like somebody who's loosely associated with the venue anyway. I know you bought one, Mickey.
Song of Ice and Fire.fr with the side maps and stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, it was a brilliant space, brilliant gaming space, and the attached like lunch and dinner that was had on the Saturday night all made it like really just like everything we needed right there, which I think is a lot better than most events that I've been to. You know, like normally you're there to play some games and leave, but here you were there to be there all day with everybody else, and everything that you could need was there on site, and there was no need to leave.
What I mean, from the short video I took, obviously us kind of getting there and this first day, which I posted on the stats site for those of you who didn't see, the stats Facebook group. But you can see the space and the kind of facility there as the main playing area. And I mean, this video kind of gives you an indicator, but the amount of space that there were for tables was astronomical. Like we were saying there, it was the first time we've ever been to an event and you legitimately couldn't hear anyone else's games going on around you. Like obviously you can hear people moving around and talking, but like you can't, like it's not like a rules discussion or something on the table next to you that's disturbing your game. So it was very much like you have your set of two tables that have plenty of room on where you can play your game, and there isn't really anyone around disturbing. And people can walk around and actually walk past tables and games and stop and have a look, and TOs can see easily. I mean, the venue was really... They weren't sure about this venue. They thought the other venue... I know that they said that they actually preferred this first venue they'd originally booked. But this venue was the best venue I've ever been to in terms of for a gaming event, and could easily have probably hosted potentially another 20 tables. Like,
yeah,
I really
was going to say, yeah, basically the same. 120, I reckon 120 people, another 20 tables, 40 people could have comfortably fit in the hall. So that's, I think that's a really great size that hopefully they'll be able to reach next time around.
Yeah, I feel like they could hit a 128 and feel like they're not cramped in a 128 either. So yeah, no.
Yeah, and you can, people are meant just you can see on that table right there in the video. It has markers. All the objectives go on the table, so it actually makes setup incredibly quick. It's really, really useful. You can see
these dots here.
3 across the center plus the 4 corner ones. They're all there provided. Rip when they update the game modes again and change the deployment lines and the and where the objective markers go. But until then, they really are about as good as you can get a table map to be.
I'm not gonna bore people by breaking down games and things like that, really. But yeah, I mean the venue itself was great, and then the games on the most part were fantastic. A lot of the players I played against spoke English to a competent level. A lot of them said, "Oh, sorry for my classic, sorry for my English," and then they speak, and you're like, "Why are you sorry? That was great." I should be definitely apologizing for the fact that I can't speak French.
While in your country, your national championships.
Yeah.
Apologize to me for your low quality English while at the French national championships in Bordeaux.
But I mean, I was well impressed, and shout out to my second round opponent, Skynet, who literally didn't speak English. Like he said, like he knew a couple of things like basic numbers and thanks and that kind of thing, but he didn't speak English. And they had quite a lot of TOs on hand, right, and people kind of like as helpers walking around. And literally, there was either Florentin or one of the other guys nearby the whole time when they'd realised the start of my game that we needed somebody to potentially translate problems. And there was always someone available. Like, I would just kind of reach over or grab somebody, usually within like 5 meters of the table, and they'd be like, "Oh, cool, yeah, what do you need? Translate, yeah, sure." And then we could translate if there was a discussion or just a misunderstanding or an unclear moment. And so my second game there was fantastic. And like, I'm translating like badly, like the odd word here and there to try and get it across to my opponent, and he's trying to do what he can with the limit of knowledge he's got. So having somebody that's just available within a drop of a hat who can just quickly do a translation, superb, absolutely superb. So that's a shout out to the whole organization team there, that it wasn't just like 1 or 2 players as well. It was literally everyone who was involved from Baratheon was super helpful. Yeah. I don't know if did you have any moments like that yourself, Carlo, or?
No, I guess no. All my opponents could speak English to a very solid, competent level, or at least I felt that they could. Maybe they had a little trouble understanding me at times, but I could always understand their English.
Yeah.
I guess the most difficult was my very last match. I played Night's Watch Mirror, and he used French cards, and he was the only opponent who used French cards, and therefore he had a lot of attached cards which had a lot of French text on them. And I was constantly like, "Oh, sorry, can you? Which one is that? Is that one Shields? Is that one Watcher? Is that one this?" And we had multiple units with multiple cards all around, and that was the closest it got to having any kind of language barrier. And that was absolutely manageable, absolutely fine. So yeah, I think that it was all brilliant. To answer Ilya's question, yeah, it's a really quality event because they did have trays. They had trays for armies.
Yeah,
or at least I got a tray.
Yeah, they had.
I don't know about else, but...
They had all these. I'll see if I can find a good picture. This is only a short video. I didn't really take that many pictures of the event as a whole, but you'll see a couple here. So this one on the corner, just hidden by Carlo. Hang on, I'll go there. This one just down here in the middle here. You can see there's armies on like a white dinner tray type thing. They had a stack, I want to say about 50 of these trays. And so a lot of players got one. I used it throughout the entire weekend. I know Ross had one that he used throughout the entire weekend. You obviously had one, Carlo. I think Chris Eustace had one. And a lot of players had access to like a little tray. And it was, you know what, it was enough for a 10 activation free folk list with enough components on it and spare space to put the other stuff for my other list, so I could carry everything on that one tray for both lists, and then I just carried a little bag for like other stuff, like dice bags, cards.
The same list.
I did. But yeah, as a result, I mean, that, again, the whole organization of that side, the logistics and everything of playing the event was absolutely solid. The only thing I would say, which confused the living shit out of me on the very first game, was in my head, I thought the numbers would be in rows, so like row 1, row 2, like table 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but they were in columns. So the far end was like table 1 from the entrance, and the last table was right up near the entrance, which was a bit confusing when you first walked in, because obviously you don't know what table's which. But after the very first round, or even just finding round 1, you're like, I'm an idiot. We'll go from there. And throughout the entire event, some people talked about it. Tables 1 and 2. Now I use this very loosely. What was tables 1 and 2 were streamed throughout or recorded throughout the entire event. Now, when I say that's loosely, it wasn't always table 1 and table 2 that were actually streamed. What they did is that they would put somebody on table 1, and I saw this with I think it was my game against Mikkel. We were playing on table 3, I think, but because somebody on table 2 had already just played on table 2 and already been streamed or recorded, they wanted to mix it up, so they moved people across and just said, "Can you swap tables?" Just to mix up who was actually being streamed and who was actually being recorded. And yeah, actually, sorry, Ross, it was 1 and 8, not 1 and 2. Ross is right there. But yeah, they did mix up who was actually playing on those tables if it was the same players, which I thought was a really good idea. It's just a little thing to, I know that the red car event, for example, which we played in, Carlo, where you ended up being streamed basically all day, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But it gives a mix up of different players and different armies on the field, so people can get like, oh, I didn't see any like Baratheons play. So that was kind of sucky, whereas they tried to mix it up, which I thought was good. So yeah, no, it was.
I mean, I did warn them when I was randomly drawn on table 1 on the first round of the Caswell Cup. That, by the way, guys, I'm never leaving this table.
And he did. He went to the toilet. Ha ha! Yeah, it was. Nearly said the streaming setup was sick. It was very high tech, and when I say high tech, it was high tech for a tournament that I've seen. They actually had an entirely separate room that wasn't here. Like you can't see it as part of the gym area where we played, but they had a full-on computer set up with multiple screens on, so they could stream and they could see all the different games, and setups to be able to swap between cameras and everything, and including like a sound desk and everything. It was like a proper actual streaming setup, as if you would have like any sporting event. And a huge shout out to the guys who set that up. It was very impressive. And again, I didn't take any photos, but I'm sure for those of you who want to see what the setup was like, if you send a message over to Titus, he can probably talk to the guys in the Baratheon to kind of talk about how they set it up, and give some tips or hints. I'm sure they would be absolutely no issues at all with sharing that information with people. Yeah. Anything to add? Day one was great. Oh, massive paella. That was great. Massive paella. Food, dinner, great. Got nothing to
I
add.
have to dig in a little bit more on that. The food. I've never been over there, but I'd love to go to Bordeaux someday. Just go wine tasting.
Mm-hmm.
Carlo, I think you said you don't drink, but how did the cuisine compare to your all chicken diet in the States when you came for Gen Con?
Better. I mean, the French understand what a vegetable is for a start. No, we went to a place on the Friday night called Hippopotamus. Or something like that.
Yeah.
It was very good food. You know, the French eat better than the English.
Yeah.
So you know what would be like a very nice restaurant here is like a pretty average restaurant to them, or like, you know, the kind of food that they serve in their restaurants are things that you'd only get in kind of like fine food over in the UK. You wouldn't really get. There are staples to the French. Me and Chabalou actually had a lot of jokes about the fact that I'm a big fan of potato dauphinoise, which in the UK is like a very fancy dish. In France, that's just like it's on every menu.
It's like generic. This is how you get potatoes.
Yeah, you practically get potato dauphinoise in McDonald's in France. So I was very, very excited to see it on the menu and ate that and some honeyed figs and all sorts of stuff that you Americans would have no. the culture would blow your minds.
There was also
but no.
The Bordeaux delicacy that was like, it was like a little sweet treat, and we couldn't work out it was covered in like mango or apricot or like peach or something like that, but really sweet treat. And Ross, one of my more quotable moments of the weekend from Ross, he took a bite out of it and said, "Oh, it's just a Yorkshire pudding." And I was like, this is amazing. Like, yeah, the food throughout the weekend, phenomenal. Like, absolutely phenomenal.
I mean, we didn't really go off site, you know, like we didn't go exploring, we didn't go and find somewhere to drink wine or whatever like that. But you know, it was really, really good food, like on site, like way, you know, it was food that I was very, very happy to eat. Whereas normally at an event, particularly like even down in London, not that I was disappointed with this year's food at the LGT, you know, I'd basically consider that I'm not going to eat well while I'm playing an event. Like, I'm going to get hold of whatever food I can get hold of. Hopefully, it won't be wildly expensive. Hopefully, it will be edible. Whereas in France, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm actually eating nice food. And you know what? It's included in the price, like, which is practically like brilliant value for money by the time you've like taken away X, Y, Z from, you know, food, transport, this, like all these things. Like the amount that you actually paid to play is like no more than I would pay to play at just like a local one-day tournament. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I was incredibly impressed by the whole non-gaming experience. They were very sociable, you know, particularly with each other. You know, it's very clearly quite a tight-knit community that they have in France. Even on the Friday night, it seemed like a lot of them had gotten together and like were meeting up before the event, and it was the first time they'd seen each other in a while. not that that is any different to what I think we experienced at the LGT this year, with a lot of people coming back to the LGT and having not seen each other for the past year or at least 6 months. And a lot of people just really happy to like kind of meet up again, chat about stuff, see how things are before playing. But they definitely have that same kind of thing, despite the fact that this is their first French nationals. They definitely run events and kind of like commingled and like all very sociable on that side of the gaming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The last thing I was going to mention on that is that they were also very accepting of like various different stuff, especially with the food side. I know again Ross is a pescatarian, doesn't eat a lot of things, including tomatoes, and the sandwiches they prepared, the vegetarian sandwiches, Ross couldn't eat because of tomatoes in them. Among things, and legitimately one of these French women who was kind of like there is like they're like a volunteer group who were responsible for like doing the food at the event. She literally came over and asked Ross, you can't eat this, in pretty broken English because she spoke mostly French, and then she went away and literally prepared a fresh sandwich with the stuff that Ross said he could eat in it for him. And I was like, what more can you ask for if you just get stuff like that? And it's like literally fresh veg and everything prepared, including provision of fruit at an event, which massive fan of that. A tactical banana during a day is yeah, love a tactical banana.
Ross has just reminded me that the one thing that France and the US have in common is you cannot for love nor money get a good cup of tea. What does an Englishman have to do to get a normal cup of English breakfast tea? Jesus Christ.
I'm drinking English breakfast right now, Carlo.
Oh, Kurt, man of my heart.
A little splash of lemon.
Oh, that's
no.
Hang on.
But yes, coffee galore. The coffee, which is not Americano, which is distinctly espresso. Practically jet fuel espresso and croissants galore. We had whenever you want. I went to buy one at lunchtime as well on the Sunday, or like in the afternoon after you get your one for free in the morning. Went to buy a coffee, just pulled out a handful of coins, offered it to him, expected him to take like a pile of coins, and he took 50 cents from me, and then gave me a croissant as well. And I was like, I think I just robbed you, because that's not how much these things cost. In London, that would have cost me 10 times as much.
and that would have only just to the cup. Never mind yeah. Oh, honestly, it was amazing in that sense. And I guess that leads us into kind of day 2. They had a top cup. And
at the end of day 1, they did actually have everybody line up and announce the top 16 top cut, which was fun actually. I think it's interesting because I know that they didn't choose the top cut, right? Like it was forced on them by Simon. It was not their decision to do it, and I actually think that I think they did it really, really well in that they had plaques for everybody in the top 16. They still had everybody else competing for 17th place, and they gave prizes, I think, for maybe 17th, 18th, and 19th, i.e. the top 3 finishers, maybe something like that, outside of the top 16. But all of the top 16 got a plaque. They were all announced at the end of the first day because it was 4 rounds, day 1, then a top 16 cut, which then goes into 3 rounds. For nearly everybody except for the top 4 will play a game. So the top 4 will play 8 games. Everybody else will play 7 games, which actually I do think is a good format. If you're struggling to like make the full size event. But I think between that and the way they announced it and the way they made it quite a little bit esportsy-esque, that kind of thing. I think they did as much as you can with the top 16. They lent into it and enjoyed it and made as much as you can of what was a forced format that they wouldn't have chosen themselves.
Definitely. The other thing, someone mentioned it there as well. They did a lot of promotional stuff, like a lot. I was impressed by the amount of promotional stuff. I know that Ross mentioned the Polaroids briefly. I've just got some copies there of various different Polaroids that I took throughout the weekend with different players, different people that I'd met at the event, and people like Philippe were very keen on people using it and just going, look, share these memories, be it of players or of whatever that you've got. So that side of it, like the community side, was actually very well pushed, even though it was a top 16 cut. And then they still managed to do this whole community building and kind of like building characters, like you're saying, in esports. It felt that there were players that I didn't know. I never played against them. I didn't know them. But during the weekend, I'd formed like a personality of this person based on who they were interacting with and the way that they were kind of being talked about. And that was really interesting. It was really good in that sense. And yeah, I mean, the plaques themselves, I know that Carlo's, I don't know if you've got yours handy, Carlo, but they are by far one of the nicest things I've ever received in terms of a medal. And it's literally like a slate, plank slate with the image on the front. So you can see Carlo's there. Absolutely lovely. Like,
people ask, all my trophies sit just here behind the computer. There's too many, guys. Too many, honest.
It's so he can look at them and stroke his ego when he wakes up in the morning and turns on his computer for work.
Sad but true.
Sad but true. But yeah, these absolutely phenomenal prizes in that sense. And again, not necessarily product, right? One of the things that we'd mentioned before is that product isn't necessarily just the best prize, especially at the top end, because these players probably have a decent amount of product already, at least for the faction that they're playing, at a big event like this. So yeah, that was really nice. But they did have a lot of product. That was obviously shared out as well. The top cut was pretty good on the most part. I think that they did the best they could, as Carlos said. The last round, the 8th round, was only played by 4 players, which was the 1-2 and the 3-4 to determine the top 4 ordering. And they even put benches and stuff around so that there were players watching the games quite literally. Like, I mean, there must have been about 20 to 30 people watching the final and another 10, 15, 20 people watching the other final in the 3-4. And it made it a bit different. It was weird because obviously normally when you're playing, you're just playing a game in front of you. And when you've got people watching, you're not just playing the game in front of you. You're playing the game, but also there's people watching now. There's a bit of a crowd going. And it's weird because I think you can have community interaction in those circumstances. And I don't mean like telling them like, what should I do here or this, that, and the other. But like, the community will react differently to things going on the board. Like, something will happen and they'll be like, whoa, just like you would in football or tennis or something like that. And while, yeah, Carlo's like super skeptical here. But while, yeah, there's nowhere near as many people.
Not real time. The thing is not real time. Yes. So like, reactions are never going to be the same. It's not even. You can compare it to chess.
Yes.
You
chess
can
is
even
better.
compare it to snooker.
Mm-hmm.
But it will never be esports and it will never be sport.
No.
Because it's not real time.
Yeah. But in that sense, you know, the snooker or the chess style, it is nice. I think it's a good thing to have that. Because you can, you know, people can be watching and going, oh, right, well, is that what I would do? And it allows that, you know, that ability. I finished the final, right? And the first thing I did is I went and watched the 3-4, and I was looking at what they were doing, and I was like, oh, that looks like an interesting position. And I'm already kind of thinking about that game, which again, from like a chess player's perspective, yeah, the similarity is much more like chess, I think, in that regard. But it was nice. It was really nice. And the what was I going to say? Yeah, the streaming of it, the streaming setup. They filmed both at the same time and cut between the 2 games. So I didn't watch the live broadcast, but I have since watched the video back, mostly to see the game that Vlad and Ruby played. because I didn't get to watch that obviously at the time. And the streaming setup's really interesting. Like they're literally going backwards and forwards between the games, trying to capture the most interesting thing. And I don't think you lose that much. Like, I'm not going to say it was perfect, but I do think it's probably a better way of streaming than just having one game that you focus on. Because as me and Carlo can attest to, sometimes when you're streaming one game, there are large portions of the game where nothing really happens. And it allowed them to focus on what was going on and talk about the position rather than the intricacies of this one particular move that's being made and who measures this 1 inch here or there or wherever, which really don't matter. So yeah, I don't know if you've got anything more to add about that or anything.
No.
Games in general, no.
I think 7. I think, like I say, the format 7 games is actually kind of how many games people want to play as a relative upper limit on a weekend. I think that the 8th game being a final is actually is a good format, and it is actually something that I think that even if you were to run Swiss, I think it's something that you could also run, where basically say LGT was at 258 players, like I could see it being that everybody except the top 2 play 7 games. At the end of those 7 games, you'll still have 2 undefeated players via Swiss format, and only those 2 players go on to play another game. Because I don't think that the 8th game it improves the experience for the vast majority of the people. It obviously improves the experience for the people who are not, if you haven't yet reached a single undefeated player. Like, that is massively an improved experience to not come away second being undefeated. Like, not to play 7 games, go undefeated 7 games, and then end up second. That's a situation that you really want to try and avoid. But if you're even in 3rd place and have no chance of winning, I don't think that there's any real need to play an 8th game. Like, you have determined over those first 7 games that this person isn't the winner. Does it really matter whether they're 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th? Like, one more game is only going to move them by like a few places. I always say that, like, and I hold true to it. Like, if you're not the winner, it doesn't really matter. Like, I didn't win. I didn't really care how much further down the table I am after that. Like, it's not important. How long I'm in the running to be a winner can change my mental state going into each game. Once you're no longer in the running for being a winner, you might like step back a bit and play more casually. But like I don't think that there's any difference between 2nd place and 5th place. I don't think there's any difference between 2nd place and 16th place, really. It's only necessary to really determine a winner in my mind. So I actually think that 7 for the vast majority of players, and 8 for just a couple of people who need it, being a viewed final, which is separate to everybody else, irrespective of it being knockout. It can still work with Swiss. I think is a really solid format.
Yeah. I tend to agree. I mean, again, this is personal experience, which, this is back in the day, it sucked at the time. And I do remember feeling a bit, not frustrated or bitter about it, would probably be wrong, but just, annoyed or, frustrated, probably the right word, actually. But playing on you play and you get to the final undefeated and you lose the game. And it's not just a case of like dropping a couple of paces, because at the end of the day, you didn't win. But then you drop, and in my case, I dropped so significantly that I end up behind, so I'm not even like the top free folk player that year. And it's like, oh.
He's not bitter.
No. I'm not actually bitter about it at all, because
he's not bitter. He's just been bringing it up for years.
Well, whatever. But the point being is that it feels like apart from just winning that game, which I know is like 100% what you should be doing, it felt there was very little that could be done. And people suffer that all the time, right? People like lose a final and then they end up dropping down massively down the rankings, and it's like I know it happened at, in Germany, right? A player went to the final, literally played like 8 games undefeated, played the final, lost it, and ended up like 6th, and lost a lot of prize support and a lot of kudos for what was actually a very good performance with an underrated faction, or a comparatively underrated faction. And that always leaves a bad feeling in people's mouths. And yes, we can talk about feeling all day and how feeling's not that important, but leaving a bad feeling in people's mouths will always make people's impression of an event worse, which is a shame. And I agree. I think the top 16 cut isn't necessarily great, but having a final is fine, or a 3-4 or whatever it is that you need. On that note, obviously, played the final against Walou, who was the winner of Masters of Westeros. He was the guy who won Masters of Westeros, which is the largest event prior to this year. Hashtag LGT. And absolute lovely guy, and really pleasurable to meet, talk to, discuss the game with as well briefly. And again, what I was impressed by, the TOs watching the game. And when I mean the TOs, Decipher, Florentin, literally sat there between us at the edge of the tables and judged the game. So if there was any point where there, not even a rules discussion, but a point of contention where we just needed a clarification, he said, yep, that's what we're going to do for this case. And we weren't looking to even disagree with each other. Sometimes me and Walou would agree with it, and we'd just look at him and he'd go, yeah. And it acted as a third party who we could trust. Was actually very nice to have in the game. I don't think it's necessary, but in a final of a game where you could have, I'm not saying that it happens a lot, but we've all probably seen finals where things can get quite heated over rules discussions. Having that option was very nice. Now, he wasn't really required, but yeah, was really solid. Yeah, I think that's basically it. I've got nothing else more to say about it, apart from the fact it was great. Massive shout out to Decipher again for all the hard work he put in as a TO. The sometimes difficult, I know, wasn't related to us, but he had a couple of difficult decisions to make throughout the weekend as a TO and as the main head judge. So kudos for him for that, and also kudos to him for coming out to the Italian restaurant that we went to while in France on the Sunday night and acting as our translator, which, by the way, absolute hilarious moment. We're trying to talk to the waitress who doesn't speak any English. So we're like, Decipher, can you talk to the waitress? And so we tell him something in English that we wanted to order. And then he would turn to the waitress and go, he wants the Diavolo pizza. And she would look at, but I can't speak English. Why did you just... you just completely forget what he was trying to do, which was quite funny. But yeah, no, huge shout out to... There wasn't a single person in the community over there that I met who was unpleasant. A single person who I didn't want to talk to or talk with. Mikel was there. Me and Carlo both played against Mikel. He's always unpleasant though, so there's no comment there. It's what an arsehole Mikel is. No. It was a great event. Really enjoyable. And I've got a nice sword being transported in the mail, which is nice. That'll probably go somewhere here because I'm not allowed it anywhere other than the house. God forbid. God forbid drilling holes in the walls. Not in this
Do you have
little cove.
Do you have any pictures, Mickey?
Of the event? Or of
the sword?
Of the sword. Oh, God. I think I do. I'll just double check. I'm pretty sure I shared one. I mean, I didn't... this is not something I expected. And it's nowhere near as potentially big and as imposing as a certain hammer might be from across over in the US. But I guess this leads on to a very nice transition of another thing that I thought was hilarious that they did. Here you go. Here's the sword and the plaque, obviously. But this thing right here, which is the French national champion, they made a ticket that basically says you're invited to play in the World Championships in Thailand in 2023. And then in like the second thing, it basically says, depending what the hell Simon decide to do, because they weren't told if a winner, as far as I'm aware, is actually invited to the World Championships. Like, the only time it's been mentioned was the Spanish national event. Like, we don't even know if it was mentioned at the US national event, where there were literally members of Simon there. So this whole thing is so up in the air.
It's very hearsay. I think I think a lot of people think that it's going to be something that it's not.
Yes.
I think a lot of people have hopes of what they would like it to be, and I would say people really need to temper their hopes, otherwise they're going to see a lot of disappointment.
Mm-hmm.
I would temper your hopes on the date for a start.
What do you mean? Hang on.
2023 sounds very optimistic.
Simon organise something for like less than 2 years in advance? God forbid.
Well, worlds aside, I think this time last year we were told like certain events in the U.S. would get you an invite and a buy to nationals because they were having the invite system. Like this time last year, people were like, "Oh, I'm going to go to LVO to get into nationals," and LVO's coming up, and I don't think we've heard anything like that this year.
That's true.
Yep.
Who knows what's on the horizon, really?
And yeah, that's true. And at this time last year, I would have said that's total bullshit. That's never going to happen. And yet, it did magically happen. It proved to be as half-cocked and half-thought-out an answer as or solution as I really thought it would be if you hadn't really announced the final plans of it that far in advance. But yeah, Simon really might pull something out at the last minute and just go, "Oh, by the way, that tournament in Indonesia, it's next month, by the way."
Mm-hmm.
And everyone would just be like, right.
Get your tickets. Get your flight tickets online, yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean you can't be there?
Yeah, I think I remember Carl finding out the day before LVO. I think Stephen points it out. Stephen was actually at LVO with Carl when they found out.
Okay.
I think it actually got announced literally the Thursday as Carl was already there, just there. Nuts. Meta discussion on the games and what we saw. Obviously, France, as it turns out, a lot of free folk players. And before anyone asks, it's a lot of people choosing to play free folk because free folk are the best. No, actually, most of the free folk players there that I spoke to had been playing free folk for a long time, had been, had fully painted free folk armies that it was clear they weren't painted up quickly. They had been painted up with love, care, and attention. Carlo's least favorite person in the human world, I'm pretty sure, Enguerrand, who ended up in the top 16, right? He had.
I meant you.
No. I actually think I'm a close second now to this guy because his entire army of free folk raiders that he had were all on cliff faces and things at different levels. And Carlo, I'm pretty sure Carlo had a minor fit when he saw that.
I didn't see it actually. I didn't see that on the whole weekend.
Honestly, fantastic moment because there was a free folk mirror of Enguerrand versus Ross, and Ross was winning. I think he basically tabled him, but there's a really, really funny moment where Enguerrand only has one unit left, but because his unit is on this plinth, if you will, of these rocks, you can see his models all standing on this cliff, surrounded by unpainted raiders from Ross, and it just it literally looked like a last unit was holding the hill as they died to the last kind of thing, and it made the game quite interesting to see anyway. But yeah. Yeah, it was great, and the best painted, right? I don't know if I've actually got the picture up handy quickly, But the best painted was really good, right?
Exquisite level Baratheons. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
The
Would have given Chris F&M run for his money.
mhm.
Yeah.
I will try and here we go. See, the French know where to paste. They actually have a thing that says prise de painter on their server, so it actually like the painting competition photos, so you can quickly find them. There you go, from Raven, and these Baratheons here, which the custom tactics board as well that he's built himself, like massive thing, with these Baratheons, really really nice. Kurt, you must be pretty happy to see a really nicely painted Baratheon army.
I'm wondering if he takes commissions, if he wants to paint some of my Baratheons.
He had particularly, I'm pretty sure it's the same army. He has incredibly well painted High Garden Pikemen too. Really, really nice facial features. Yeah, it's great colors, great depth. Really, really nice army. I do think that I can say impartially. I took Dan's Night's Watch army. I think Dan's army was overlooked. So they, similar to the LGT, they nominated armies and then voted on them after they were nominated. And Dan's army didn't get nominated, and I think that was
sadness.
Yeah, I thought that was actually a bit surprising. Not that like I went to look at the tables and I was like, oh, his army's better than this, his army's better than that. I just think that I was quite surprised actually. So the painting standard was very very high. Dan's Starks are a little bit better than his Night's Watch. He did the Starks more recently than the Night's Watch. Possibly a little bit more work on the Starks too overall total. But Dan got second best painted army at the LGT and then was not even nominated in the top. I don't know. I think there was about 6 or 8 armies being nominated for best army. French National Championship. The overall standard of painting was incredibly high, and just the sheer number of fully painted armies was incredibly high. It was actually quite rare, and I think it was mostly very disappointingly pretty much all you British guys who were the only ones who didn't have painted armies.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
pretty much. Like the only people who didn't have painted armies was the 4 people that I travelled with. So that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Stain on the community, Carlo.
We are.
Well, I took a worse army than I would normally have picked to make sure that my Night's Watch that I was feeling were fully painted.
I was well impressed. It was a good show on that side of it as well. All right, is that everything about French nationals? Is there anything more we can possibly mention about French nationals? Oh, there is one more thing that I wanted to mention, and that is I forget the guy's name now, and it's going to really bug me. But the guy who was doing the casting on the stream, I did an interview with him at the very end, and he said, "Oh yeah, have you enjoyed the event and things like that?" And I said to him, in all honesty, it was probably the best event I've ever been to, and that's not a dig at any other events that I've been to, but simply this was the best. The organization, everything about it, the hospitality, the warmth, the availability of TOs, of people walking around, like the whole event, best event I've ever been to. I think Carlo, you shared that sentiment at least. And yeah, Russ nails it there. There was literally a tear in his eye. He was so happy and so proud, I think, of having known that he'd run what people would consider the best event. And that made me think a little bit afterwards. And it's not really a kind of like, oh, this guy's crying because he ran the best event. But actually, it just showed that he was so proud of the work that they had done and the effort they'd put in. And that it meant so much to them that they'd run a good event that the community loved. And I think that is the key there, is it wasn't about having a competitive event. It wasn't about having incredibly high-level painters and things like that for them. What it was for them was, can we run an event that people will love? And I think people did. And I think that made them very, very happy people. So yeah, I have no problems with the event. So yeah.
Yeah, there's Mickey. There's you kicked out of Always Winter then.
I know, right?
No, I think, I thought it was a brilliant event, and despite the fact that it's not easy to get there from this part of England, I await the announcement for when the next one will be, and I expect, for them to, just as the LGT did from 2021 to 2022, I expect 80+% of those people to return, and more internationals, more newcomers from within France, more people. And I really hope and expect the event to grow to be 100 plus. I think it would fill out 128 really, really nicely. I think that would be a really, really solid number for them to aim for. Maybe the aspirations are even bigger, but I think that I await the announcement for when those tickets go on sale, and hope to be back there.
Definitely, 100%. Last thing I said I would do now. So a couple of things. Carlo mentioned earlier about the sideboards from A Song of Ice and Fire.fr. My camera has just gone blurry. Perfect timing. But here's the sideboard. I'll just give you. There's their website. songoficeandfire.fr. The sideboards, you saw it on Friday night, Carlo, and obviously played with them throughout the event. They're pretty nice. The quality's lovely, like the neoprene quality and everything like that. They are spot on. They've even got 18-inch markers and 10-inch markers as well. For if you're playing on a 4x4, you can easily and quickly put objectives on the field or your deployment lines, which is kind of handy. And they've even come with the additional spots for additional zones for the tactics board. You can get them online. You can order them online and get them delivered to the UK, and I'm guessing worldwide. They print them themselves. They actually make them and print them themselves. The Song of Ice and Fire FR guys, that's Ponchi and Bosch, who are two lovely guys, and have managed to manage all that and design it all themselves and things. So yeah, kudos to them. Really lovely mats. I also said I would shout out about two more things as well, which I will show a very brief and weird interaction I had with one of these things. So first of all, Walou Miniatures, it's a YouTube channel in French run by Walou, who was the guy I played the final against, who plays a lot of different games, but including a lot of A Song of Ice and Fire. Do check out his YouTube channel. I know it's in French, guys, but do give him a little bit of love. He's got a bigger subscriber count than us, so I don't know why I'm advertising him. But do give him some love. I know some of his Song of Ice and Fire content is quite interesting, and yeah, like, he's clearly a very good player. He made it to the final. On that note, there was also one more, which was Siegfried82. This is run by David. He runs this channel. Yes, Ross, he's the one who gave random cards out to everybody on day one. Everyone's got their little cards from him. Did you get one, Carlo? One of these little bad boys?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of forgotten about it.
But yeah, so he gave those out to everyone, and just to promote his channel and things like that. He's a slightly newer person on the block creating content in French, but do give him some love, guys. He's an absolutely lovely guy, and he loves the game, like super lovely. I don't actually think, this is how crazy it is, I don't know if he was actually playing in the event. I think he was purely there to film it and like talk to people, which is like just shows you how much he loves the game, and wants to make content for it. So yeah, big shout out there to him for that channel. I think that's it now. Can we move on? Shall we move on? Yeah.
Let's talk about Sag Baratheons.
Sag Baratheons. I will quickly note out this. In France, Baratheons had a 44% win rate. Super Sag. French meta, by the way, is no different to the rest of the meta worldwide. Free Folk played a nice round 100 games, which is quite nice, and a 63% win rate. Overall, more to do.
Non-mirrors.
Yes, non-mirrors, yeah. Hey, mirrors don't count.
Played more than 100 games.
Yeah. But the only thing that's slightly different here is that Night's Watch John did perform more akin to what we would normally expect Night's Watch John to perform at. I think a lot of people think that he's pretty good, and he's always picked as the best played, or the most commonly played commander because people think he's good, and he had a 65% win rate overall. More representative, perhaps, of what people think of his power level, rather than what his power level tends to normally be. But everything apart from that, pretty standard. Cool. Baratheons. Yeah? But before Baratheons...
in Canada. This is what I've been told. They're out in Canada. They're just in the shop.
I don't know, man.
Yes, no, anybody?
I think Canada's been first on a couple things then, because they had Martell's first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which was an accidental release. Have they been accidentally released again?
Probably. Probably very much accidentally released.
Yeah. Been told was not supposed to do this anymore, but that one's for you, Doug. Perfect.
Yeah. Turns out, guys, that sign, which me and Carlo have always associated with, it's okay. It's actually a sign nowadays.
Well, Doug believes it means white power.
Yeah, there we go. White power. Great. Thumbs up from us.
Yeah. I
we've
would
been
thought it
doing
was
that
Mickey's racism that was going to get us cancelled, not mine.
All right then. Let's dive in. Your choice. We can start with Stannis side or Renly side. Then we've got a short middle break for some other bits and bobs. Then come back for the other box. Which one do you want to go for? Kurt, your choice.
The good news or the bad news?
Well, I love me some Stannis, so let's just dive right in.
Stannis boy, first of all. Right? So, here they come. We have Stannis with his mighty, mighty horse. Here we go. Commander Stannis on horseback. We got to be pretty happy, right?
Yeah, I mean, I am. Carlo's less enthused.
Yeah, I didn't know I could be disappointed by mounted Stannis, but I obviously should have known that really wanting him to be good was a trap.
Okay.
I think maybe a case of the hype, building such lofty expectations that when reality settles in, it's a little disappointing.
Yeah.
It is pretty sad, I'm not going to lie. He comes with, and his attachment, insight and stubborn tenacity. Now, I don't hate insight as an ability on a commander attachment necessarily. The thing is, Stannis Cav, right? Stannis Cav, you're not. Your choices are, let's put it bluntly, Hedge Knights, Blade Men, Champions of the Stag, or Zorse Riders.
Right.
First of all, you're not putting him in Zorse Riders. I think we can probably rule that one out. I don't actually hate him in Hedge Knights. I think he might have some play in Hedge Knights, but it still doesn't feel good.
Why would you, though?
Yeah, exactly. Why would you? And let's put it like this. Blade Men are good. Champions of the Stag are arguably a bit better inside Baratheon. So he's probably going in champs, right?
They're both really good, but with insight, you're getting vicious, which would be a waste on Blade Men. So.
Yeah. So you get insight, which is nice. You kind of now have pseudo ours is the Fury a little bit, which is gaining Sundering or the +1, but you can't use it at the same time. And for me, the actual major issue, hitting with maximum dice doesn't gain you a lot on champs. It's 2 dice, right?
Quite wasted. There are 7/5. So.
Yeah.
Insight's always been kind of a lackluster ability, especially when you already have access to maximum dice through the super powerful sustained assault.
Yeah, rip.
So insight's kind of meh. I like the stubborn tenacity though.
Yeah, stubborn tenacity's nice, but it's not that nice, right? It's 1 wound.
I mean, it can work with the Lightbringer spam or or even with Mel, if you want to start Mel bombing yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, they are on 5, right? They're 5-2, so like Mel on yourself is not a bad target. I was thinking through a Stannis list which wasn't in Queen's Men, it was in Wardens instead, and I felt that actually inside of that list I might want to put Mel on myself, but again you're wasting it because Mel's effect is to make you vicious, right? So like you just got superfluous keywords that like aren't the things that you want to combine into.
Also,
so yeah, I mean like that part of him feels not something that you can build around.
I'm going to be super honest though.
Sorry, go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, 2 wounds from Mel onto Champions of the Stag
Right.
feels bad because it's like 2 wounds for a lot of armies is quite hard to do on Champions of the Stag, right? Like 2 wounds is quite a heavy investment for other armies to do to you. And so wasting the kind of like wound effectiveness, if you will, of Champions of the Stag to then do these +2 panic tests, it's not terrible. It just doesn't feel great as an option compared to other options you've got, I think. That's the thing for me. Go on, Kat.
You can be a little cheeky with Stubborn Tenacity on Stannis, and then if you run Selyse and Shireen, you can double up and have essentially double Stubborn Tenacity. To deal 2 wounds every time you pass.
Yeah. But then you can't Mel bomb them, right? Because she's an influence. So you rely on...
It's still work with Lightbringers.
Throwing good money after bad, Kurt, you know? Like...
I'm just pointing out all possible angles, you know?
Yeah. He's fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
I like his cards more than his attachment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if he had good cards, I could forgive his attachment, but he has okay cards.
Yeah, the cards are a bit interesting. So
I like his cards.
Shush, you are wrong.
So we see Muster. This is the first time this card has seen the game. This doesn't exist currently. And it comes with a very interesting trigger when a friendly cavalry unit is performing a retreat action before rolling retreat distance die. Enemies this unit disengages from cannot pivot. After this unit completes its retreat action, it may perform 1 maneuver action. That's not terrible. If this targets Stannis Baratheon's unit, it also restores D3 plus 1 wounds for each of its destroyed ranks. So it gets a heal as well. I don't hate this card.
I think this card's the bomb. Carlo disagrees so hard. Okay, you're getting.
I think it's one of those cards where its upper potential is huge, but I think savvy opponents just will mostly not allow it to ever happen, and
just try to avoid being engaged.
Yeah, which they already do. Nobody wants to begin engaged with Knights of the Champions of the Stag anyway, right? And so like we end up basically like, yeah, maybe it gets used on like the free retreat that Dragonstone Noble has. Do you know what I mean? Like, yes, that is like a niche use. You can retreat with that, and then they can't pivot, and then you can charge again because he, as solo rider, can retreat at the start of his action. Other than that, you're not going to retreat with your Champions of the Stag unless they're like way dead as their actual activation. So now we're basically talking about horses. Like, you use this on horses, yes, this is powerful. Who's engaging Champions of the Stag and leaving horses open? Like, so now you're basically saying, I started the round engaged, I went first, and rather than picking swords, I picked horses and I retreated. And yes, in this perfect situation, you might get out of their line of sight, move into another bit, be ready to charge them later in the round. It could all align, the stars could come out, bang, it could win you a game. But it's like, I just don't think that the day in, day out reality of it is a powerful card.
Especially, my last point, Baratheons running lists like this. This is an 8-point unit, remember, probably, or a 7-point unit, because it's unlikely to be Zorse. So you've probably got a low footprint again. And if you've got a low footprint, you're retreating out, but what are you retreating to? You're probably retreating to the side into another unit's line of sight, or arc. So you're probably just retreating backwards. And if you're treating backwards, you're not really getting any benefit out of all this extra maneuverability. That's my
Potentially.
biggest concern.
I don't know. I like elusive escape as an ability. Having an extra maneuver added on top of that, it's just more appealing. And then adding a heal on top of that, it's just a lot for one card. So it's hard to turn your nose up to it.
Yeah.
Like I say,
I could see the situational aspect.
Yeah. I think the upper potential is very, very high to be game defining at the right point. I just don't like it. I'm not pro cards that are so useless yet game winning, like moment to moment.
Yeah. Yeah. It is what it is. Not bad, just not interesting. While also being a little bit interesting. I don't know. Just yeah. Anyway, moving on. On the double, which I really like as a card premise. When an unengaged friendly camera unit activates, once this turn, if that unit performs a maneuver action, it gains +3 for that maneuver action. Then it becomes vulnerable. Mag has something quite similar to this. He gains like +1. I think they take 2 wounds or something. I can't remember it now. And like they get +1 movement for the action, whatever. And they can reroll charge dice, I think, with mags. This is quite nice because Champions of the Stag being all of a sudden movement 7 for a maneuver, which is kind of like basically what it's doing is turning a maneuver into a march, basically, is quite nice. The thing is, like, this probably isn't that good. And I'm a big fan of maneuverability cards, right? This probably just isn't that good most of the time, because if Baratheons have to move a long, long way away to get to where they want to go, then either they've killed the things that they've designed to kill and you're probably winning, or your opponent's been kiting you so well that you've been needing this card for a long time. I don't know, I just don't see this card being... It is impactful, but I don't see it being that impressive most of the time.
It would be nice if you could chain it with muster, but the trigger doesn't allow that.
No.
So far, I feel that Stannis wants to be in Champions of the Stag.
Yeah.
But I do not want to play these cards on Stannis in Champions of the Stag.
No.
Which means that I'm leaning towards this army being like Stannis, Champions of the Stag, flayed men, maybe even like another cavalry unit.
You probably,
maybe it's Stannis in champs, flayed men, and
Dragonstone
Knights or something like that, right? Like,
I think you run one noble.
And you could even run a pair of Dragonstone Nobles if you're like desperately trying to get back up to 7 activations.
Yeah.
And I feel like these cards they have more use on things that aren't Stannis. And unfortunately, that doesn't really excite me. Like, that's not what I wanted Stannis Commander to be. It feels like he's not the central part of his own list. Like, when we finally got a cavalry commander, I thought that he was just going to be absolutely front and center, fucking send this guy down the middle, absolutely chew everything up at expense of, like, everything else. Like, you're just sacrificing the rest of your army so that this guy can just, like, go straight down the middle. Because since when was, like, a king on horseback not, like, the, like, war-defining charge? So the army might actually turn out to be fine. Like, it might actually be quite powerful. It's just not quite what I imagined.
Nope. And one saying there, it's like a Windermere shift. It is, but like we often prove, Windermere shifts are good for 2 things: engaging with a unit quite late on in the round, which where the charge you're basically taking it from a 6 down to like a 3 or even better auto. Dancing around with bowmen to jump into range to make a shot they couldn't otherwise make, or pushing flayed men up the board. On the double is I just made my flayed men movement 8 for this first maneuver, and now I'm going to charge you at an auto at 14 rather than an auto at 11. Like,
yeah,
that's what this card is best for.
Like flayed men wanting to charge somebody else's cavalry before they get charged is actually the better use for this, rather than on Champions of the Stag bringing yourself up to like the movement speed of everybody else's cavalry. Yes, it could of course have other uses where yes, your opponent lines everything up and goes, so you can't maneuver into my flank, and you're like, yeah, well it's not 4 inches, and then you're like, but it is 7, so get fucked. But
yeah, I mean, I'm never gonna.
Never feels like it's champs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm never gonna be upset with more mobility tools in a faction that's extremely lacking for mobility.
Yes, but we say that, but Davos exists, right? And Davos is widely looked at as a bad commander in Baratheon, and he's kind of quite heavily on the maneuverability.
He is one of my favorite MCUs, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if he failed me against Carlo at Gen Con.
Even if I always forget that I can reroll the charge. I still love him in concept.
The last thing, people are saying that you can change the two. You can't chain the two together in one series. Muster is when a unit is performing a retreat action, and on the double is when an unengaged friendly cavalry unit activates. So by definition, if you're activating engaged in order to retreat, you can't play on the double, meaning that you can't use both in the same activation. You could definitely do it over 2 activations, 2 actions, whatever, but never the same activation as a pair. So yeah, there's no chaining in one.
It might have been saying chaining it with Stag's Wit, which if you have the letters, then you could pass out that vulnerable.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. That could be pretty nasty, actually.
But you're not. But the thing is, all you're doing is you're literally maneuvering and putting a vulnerable token at the expense of 2 cards in your deck. Like,
yeah, but
I mean,
not everybody has Warcry, Mickey.
No, but like,
but you like typically when you're thinking of like Champs of the Stag, you think, oh, I want them engaged because they generate that vulnerable when they're engaged, right? When they're charging, instead of getting the vulnerable, they get the weakened.
Mm-hmm.
If you spend 2 cards, you can now get that vulnerable on the charge effectively, provided you have control of letters and you have Stag's Wit and on the double at the same time.
Right.
Now you might say like, it's an overinvestment, but I mean, it's
yeah.
I'm not going to say I don't want a vulnerable token on my opponent.
For me,
yeah, this can change you from being Champs in the Stag in the front into Champs in the Stag in the side with a vulnerable token, right? Like that.
Sure.
That's going to be a wildly different amount of wounds if we're charging into a flayed men unit or something like that, right? Like they're positioned and they're like, I can take that in the front, like, and then you're just like, no, I'm in the side with a vulnerable token.
Or even in a mirror match against another Champions of the Stag, get the flank, get that vulnerable out. If you have Ours is a Fury, even better to get that sundering.
But aren't we, if we're talking Stannis side lists, aren't we talking like Rightful Heir as an opportunity cost that we've lost, who puts out all these vulnerable tokens anyway, and changes all these tokens at any time anyway? So like, you're now spending 2 cards in your deck to achieve not much better than what Rightful Heir is doing as an order. Like the opportunity cost for me.
I love Rightful Heir, but
yeah, but you achieved Chad Stannis on a horse.
You did.
Down the middle in Champions of the Stag.
You did.
Was there anything else to achieve?
I'm not looking at Mounted Stannis and thinking he's going to be, the next Othel, the next Mance, right?
Yeah.
But I look at him and I'm like, he looks like a decent commander. Like, I don't hate his cards. I don't hate his abilities. I kind of like the cards.
I think
I could see it being my second list maybe as a change of pace.
You're not looking at him and thinking, "Oh God, there's another commander that I'll never be able to get the Bara badge with."
I already have mine, so
yeah. I think we'll look at his last card, Ride Them Down, which is a previous existing card. Exists in Brynden Tully Outrider and one other commander, I think. Forgetting who. Might be. I think it might only be Outrider Commander Brynden, I think. But yeah, ride them down. Whenever someone ends a maneuver, march, or retreat within long range of a cavalry unit, you can perform a charge, and if you're successful, you don't do a melee attack. They become panicked and they take 2 hits for each rank, so 2 to 4 hits. This doesn't, you're not performing a melee attack, so this doesn't trigger stuff like Rally Cry for the heal 2. It doesn't trigger a panic test. So even though you become panicked, there's no flayed men. Take the -3 +1 panic test off the back of this with the token. But I do think Ride Them Down is not a terrible card. I actually think Ride Them Down is pretty good, especially when we're talking about Champions of the Stag. It's just a shot at an extra 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, effectively maneuver towards the enemy, knowing that you'll then potentially engage them. And hey, you want to start engaging as Champion of the Stag. Hey, love it. But not just that, but it's potentially the end of their activation, and you're just really close, and you can just charge them now because you're almost certainly guaranteed in.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be the same unit that was retreated from, but even if it is, I mean, you're helping make champs stick to their opponents better. You look at like when people complained about Champions of the Stag before, we talked about try to avoid engaging them, don't fight them, don't grind face, right? So someone tries to retreat, hey, I'm still grinding with you. You're not getting away that easy. A free charge, even if it's like a pseudo charge where you're only gonna deal maximum 4 hits, I think it's that you're sticking to your opponent. You're adding tools with which to stay engaged, which I think the game as a whole has kind of lacked previously.
It's also worth remembering, from what I recall of Champion's Wrath in the Champions of the Stag, enemies successfully charged become weakened, so the weakened still applies with the champions. So you become weakened and panicked because you are still successfully charging. I think that has very good value. Like, I think that Ride Them Down, although I don't think Stannis is the best, and I don't like Stannis that much, I think that Ride Them Down is probably the best card he has of the 3 for what Baratheons want.
We'll see this again with Renly in a bit, but yeah. I like this card. A free charge is a free charge.
Carlo?
He might be all right. He's better than the first look I gave him. Riding Down is, it's better here than it is on Brynden, because you don't actually want to lose your charge with Tully Cavaliers. Right. Like that. It's a feels bad card on Tully Cav, because like if you make your charge, you're just like, oh cool, now I can't charge you and get 10 hits. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, like I still he's not mounted. I guess I just had too high hopes. I wanted mounted rightful heir. Do you know what I mean? And obviously we weren't going to get mounted rightful heir. I just wanted to be able to play that rightful heir army, but extend a cooler model in a cooler unit. Do you know what I mean? Like, and have this cool Stannis in Champs of the Stag, rather than having him in the Queen's Men or whatever kind of thing you want to go for, whatever your rightful heir or even One True King list is. But he is actually, the more I look at him, the more we talk about him, the more he has some new dynamic to Stannis' side, Baratheons, new cards, new mobility that they've not seen before. It will definitely be a new list style, I think, because I think that you want not just Stannis in Champions of the Stag, but you also want more supporting cavalry. Otherwise, you're going to end up with his command cards sometimes being dead cards. So, yeah, go on. He's all right.
It's a change of pace.
Carlo saying he wanted rightful heir on a horse just reminded me. Today I've been doing some digital marketing stuff with some people, learners, and I was teaching them or showing them the old Spice advert. Do you remember the original new old Spice advert where he's like, and now I'm on a horse, and I just have that image of Carlo just being like, I wanted him on a horse. I wanted him on a horse. I still wanted to have, tack approach. Still wanted to have all the best stuff.
Swapping tokens, giving out tokens.
Maybe Will of the One True King could have been swapped for Ride Them Down, right? And then you're happy boy.
Yeah. I'll swap that for that. I'll take Iron Resolve. I'll take Iron Resolve off of One True King. Yeah.
And keep stubborn tenacity. Take OTK and just lose insight. Sort that off.
Yeah, exactly. Iron Resolve. Whatever their card's called, the one like their quest card.
Arms of the Fury.
No.
Is it not?
Oh, Oath of Duty.
Oath of Duty. Yes.
There we go. That plus another -1, you suddenly got Champs of the Stag on like 4 morale. They take -2 wounds. They have a 2-up save. They're basically they're going to be Drogo Blood Riders pre-nerf plus more.
Could just throw Unyielding on them for the same.
Oh fuck it, let's go. Yeah. Just in fact, just give them every keyword. That's what Carlo wants. Right. Carlo wants Stannis in Champions of the Stag being, what ability do you have? And Carlo just responds with, yes.
All of them.
Well, we talk about like this like wish list, like what I wish this would have looked like. I mean, and we look at like what the description said. Like, you know, I don't think we just want to dogpile on Carlo too hard here. The box said like, oh, he's like an unstoppable juggernaut. So you're probably thinking like, okay, what are like these unstoppable, like super powerful abilities? You're probably thinking like intimidating presence, iron resolve, hardened, relentless. Like those are like the creme de la creme, top tier abilities that we consider usually, and we got insight.
You just totally opened my mind to the idea of hardened cavalry. I'd never thought about it before.
It wouldn't be as good. It wouldn't be as good as hardened infantry because only 2 ranks.
I'm sorry, but it would when you get those champs down to their last rank. You roll it and you're like, yeah, I got 2 wounds through. And they're like, no. I'm going to roll these 2-up armor saves. Oh, okay. And I take away the first 2 ones. Okay. So I'm going to averagely block, 12 hits.
Yeah.
Ryan generates some damage.
It's all right. I'll attack you with morale. Oh shit! Iron Resolve. Oath of Duty. Fuck. Yeah. No. Yeah. I think he's going to be okay. I don't think he's going to be trashed here. If anything, the one thing that I think will make him a little bit trashed here, maybe, is that the builds he runs. I can imagine a lot of people running like a very low activation build limit, a bit like we see in the Elden lists at the moment, like 6 and 7 Elden lists. I can see Stannis becoming a 6 or 7 Stannis list, but without the same level of sustain that Elden Courtney brings. And I think that might end up being kind of like something that bites him in the arse a bit, in that he just goes all out, and if he doesn't, like a bit like Drogo, right? I go all out, and if I don't kill you, I'm probably just going to die.
I think you're going to see a lot of memes. A lot of meme lists.
Yeah.
4 Champs of the Stag, 2 NCUs.
Fucking 5 Champs of the Stag, 0 NCUs.
Okay, that's a remedy to losing. What is Tactics deck? All right, okay. Should we move on to the other commander in the box that literally no one gives a shit about? Because this guy's interesting in Stannis on his own horse. We've got Justin Massey, who he's
Rob Stark. I mean, Justin Massey.
He's called the Smiler, Carlo. How do you not know this?
Yeah? Obviously.
He's one of the biggest characters in Baratheon lore ever to exist. Where's Marwyn when you need him? I actually
really like Justin Massey from the books.
Really?
Yeah.
I genuinely don't remember what the fuck he does. Sorry, I genuinely
never even read the books, so he doesn't know.
What does he even do?
Hey, don't hate on a player. Come on now. At least I own up to it.
What does he do? I genuinely don't remember.
He's kind of like the relatable, pragmatic guy that's like, wow, this snow sucks. And there's like the religious zealot queens around. They're like, oh, your fires burn low, Justin, or you're scared or whatever. He's like, no, this just sucks. And Stannis sends him to go recruit mercenaries in the Winds of Winter, spoilers, Winds of Winter preview chapter that George released like 2 years ago. Gosh. He's like, you're going to go get mercenaries. Even if you hear that I've lost a battle and I've died, you're still going to go get those mercenaries and bring them back and fight to make sure that Shireen gets her inheritance. You know, you're going to fight to put her on the throne. That's Justin Massey. He's also got like a possible crush, maybe not crush, maybe just interested in her political position on Asha Greyjoy.
Is this the guy that Stannis wants to marry to Val? Lady Val, when they go north of the wall originally.
He's one of the ones that expressed interest in Val because, you know, he's looking for political advancement because a lot of Stannis's knights and lords and followers have lost their possessions in the south, right? So he's put his name forth, but I think Stannis was trying to make Jon Snow be married to Val.
Yeah.
Right? It's been a while since I've read the books, but
there's from what I remember, a lot of people are trying to marry Val, but I honestly, it's been a while since I've read the books. I barely remember Justin Massey. Like, barely. I mean, he's not a Shira Errol, let's put it like that.
Right. He's just like that one relatable guy. It's just like, yeah, the snowstorm sucks.
And he's not absolutely up it with R'hllor, is he? Which is
yeah, he's technically a Queensman. He technically follows the faith, but he's kind of like
doesn't
not like a zealot, I guess.
Tepid on it.
Yeah. All right then. He comes with, and now this has got to be absolute joy to the ears of quite literally every single person who plays Baratheon. Tactical reposition for the 3-inch shift start of enemy turn, which basically every Baratheon is just like, woo, yeah, let's go. And then inspiring presence for the unit that he's in has morale 5, which doesn't really. Why?
I mean,
helps Kingsmen by 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you what?
Lightbringers plus 1 morale.
Point. I mean, not even rally point, which is like what every other commander equivalent gets. And even if it was, that would be a waste of time because mostly Baratheons run on morale 6 anyway. So
5 or 6, yeah, depending on the unit.
Yeah, like six is your bad morale unit. Like
yeah.
On Stannis' side, on Stannis' side, it doesn't make sense. You're going to put him in something like Cutthroats, which, like, why are you playing Justin Massey to have him in Cutthroats? I don't know. It doesn't feel.
Inspiring Presence in this case is a terrible version of Stalwart and/or Iron Resolve.
Yeah.
Because the sum total is, if I was a 6, I could have either been a 5 with -1 wounds, or I could have been a 4.
Yeah.
If I was a 7, I would have been a 5, a 6 with -1 wounds, which is probably better than a 5. And if I was a 5, I'm just getting no ability at all. So it's a terrible ability. I wouldn't have said that. Well, no, I would have said those two are pretty high up there in terms of like things that I would like to see on a commander. More the Iron Resolve than the Stalwart. But I'm not like, you know, super happy about Axel Florent having Stalwart either, right? Like it's fine. But Fire and Presence is a joke. It's a waste.
Basically locks him out of R'hllor Faithful. It's there at 4, so that bumps him up to a 5. Like that's bad.
I added my command to the unit, and the unit got worse.
Just like Joffrey. Yeah.
Hey, don't tell me about Joffrey. Like I'm literally looking, and yeah, if we look at Stannis side stuff, Wardens plus 1 morale. Who gives a shit, right? It's nice, but you're in Wardens. Anything that improves Warden's defense. I mean, Hardened is better in Wardens, not the +1 morale. Sentinels. I mean, you could put them in Sentinels for +1 morale, but then you're running Sentinels.
Yeah, good money, bad. Come on,
Lightbringers for +1 morale, fine.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
But if you're running R'hllor Lightbringers, aren't you going to be running like a R'hllor force with something like OTK or Stannis
or Axel? Yeah.
Or Axel, right? Kingsmen +1 morale, okay, fine.
Maybe. Yeah.
Queensmen Stag Knights pointless. Cutthroats fine. Stormcrow Mercenaries, you're an idiot. Bloody Mama Skirmishers. What?
Also an idiot.
And then you're talking like honestly, Golden Company swordsmen or dervishes. Dervishes going down to 5 morale might not be terrible, but then you're running dervishes in a Baratheon list, which might be terrible.
Blackguard, maybe?
Blackguard for plus 1 morale. Like
Malcolm's right. He would have been. He would be nice in Highguard and Pikeman.
Yeah.
That's like the one natural place where I'd be like, you know what? I would like to be a 4+, 5+, while having an aggressive damage output and decent second rank attack. But what a surprise! Like, no, I can't. Yeah, and it reminds me. I hadn't even thought about it. Like, could they not? I guess they're really in on it. They're releasing a Renly box and a Stannis box. They not have just given us another
neutral or non-aligned,
non-specific loyalty commander.
We'll get into that, Carlo.
Yeah, I say
that's on the list.
Right?
Yeah. I don't know. It's big rip from me.
I mean, that card. I mean, like attack reposition again is new
nice
stuff that is valuable to Baratheons, but like, God, no, not happy.
Yeah. It's
yeah. Story no from me. I'm out.
No, yeah. Just the initial impression of the two commanders.
That's how far I got. I don't think I even read his cards. I think I looked at his attachment and I was like, I'm not bothered. I'm not playing that jank.
So his attachment, his commander cards are interesting. So we'll dive in. He comes with Precious Supplies, and again, a completely new card. After an enemy completes a melee attack, and then, I have to say this, my first line of this card, I like, it says target the defender. Look, at least they're telling you what is targeted. Hooray! They remove all condition tokens. That's a little bit weird because it's after the attack, which you'd have thought they'd have spent the condition tokens on if you're playing against Justin Massey, which I don't really get. If they have 1 destroyed rank, they restore a wound, and if they have 2 destroyed ranks, they restore 3 wounds, and if it's Justin Massey's unit, they restore +1 wound. There's all kinds of shit going on as to what happens with this card. This really, honestly, just feels like, is it Baratheon Conviction? Again, uncyclable.
You don't have to pass the morale test this time.
Right.
Yeah.
You could do both. You could do Baratheon Conviction and Precious Supplies.
And there's basically no condition to play this. It's just, you've been attacked in melee, you can play this card. No, it doesn't matter how bad or how good the attack was.
So it would interfere with playing Justice and Final Strike, because they would all share the same trigger of the enemy completes attack.
Which does all of a sudden move you onto 6 cards that are now on melee attack, and I just don't think there's that many melee attacks that happen.
Justice is any attack, but yes.
Yeah, okay, Justice is any attack, yeah.
But yeah, there aren't that many. Your opponent won't make that many attacks while you're holding, like, while you choose to be holding these cards in your hand. You know, like, feels.
Charles in chat says.
In one trigger.
Charles says removing a weaken, yeah, which kind of pushes us down this route of putting in King's Men as probably being the most effective. You know, a unit that does want to hit back and doesn't really want to be weakened because it cares about its offensive output. I don't know, man.
Meh.
Yeah. Meh. Next card, though, is interesting. And it's Regroup and Reform. Regroup and Reform, as we see in the Free Folk base deck. Still not really healing, it's wound management. If anything, it's actually a damage card because you can do a wound to yourself in the way you wound your management and the attachment switching. But there's no direct card search in Stannis. So I don't think this card is that oppressive. And I also don't think it's that oppressive given the combos. But it does start to unlock the thinking with portals, if you will, of what kind of attachment-related setups can you build. because of the inclusion of Ramsey 2-point with Theon, which, as a 2-point attachment package, Carlo will say I'd never buy it, but of all the 2-point attachments, it's probably the one that is nearly good enough to see competitive lists. Nearly. Carlo would have big Carlo doubt on this one. But it is nearly, like, you wouldn't want to improve it much more to make it a 2-point attachment, right? It's just about there. Now that Theon's free, right? And because Theon's in the list, you can swap Theon out for a different attachment. So you can have, like, you could have Ramsey with a Stag Knight Noble in the same unit, and all of a sudden this unit is like 4 more points than its base stats. But the combos, like, it's on a commander card, so the only thing you've got is Justin Massey to combo, like, that. You can't have a different commander attachment in the list.
Wait, could you though? Because it has the text keeping usual attachment restrictions.
After the first statement, not the second. So this is key thing, important thing that you need to get with it, Regroup and Reform. You may then move one attachment from one of those units to the other, replacing one model as normal and keeping usual attachment restrictions, or switch 2 friendly attachments in those units. If you're switching, the requirement to maintain the normal attachment restrictions is no longer applicable.
Waste of time.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I know it's very different. But, like, and the reason why Mickey's completely certain that this is how it works is this has been available with Harmer and Harmer's Bannerman inside of Free Folk for ages.
Yep. And
they have really powerful attachments, maybe not for value, but, Tormund, the Walrus Clan Chieftain, like, you could be throwing really powerful things into a single unit. Thens would not be a bad, like, they're only a 5-point unit, but by the time you start giving it multiple attachments, this unit could really start to be just like quite an unstoppable juggernaut.
The classic is Bone Lord's Chosen. You pay the 9 for Bone Lord's Chosen Rattle Shirt attachment, stick Harmer's Bannerman in there for 10, and then you put Steer Commander in that unit, and you walk around with Iron Resolve, Intimidating Presence. You take a morale check for attacking me, and if you don't kill me, you'll take a Fen Supremacy panic test back with Intimidating Presence again. Like, it's just a horrible panic unit. But I will say,
nobody's doing it. Like,
it's a complete meme. It is complete meme.
It's a fun theoretical exercise.
Yes.
And nothing more.
Yes.
Like,
there's one element here that is different in that Free Folk can't take neutrals, so you could throw some attachments that are strong that you otherwise wouldn't want to pay for, slap them in Stormcrow Mercs, and then move them.
That's not unique because you do that with Raiders anyway.
Yeah, you do.
These powerful attachments are coming inside of your Raiders who have, and like that's your core mechanic is that you already have these guys inside of Raiders, and that you could then choose to send them over to a unit which is more impactful. And it's not making any impact. Yes, we're opening the floodgates to. Well, he's not neutral. He has the Bara. He has the full Bara stable, and he has the neutrals. There are more opportunities that we can create something really janky, but like, it's not a strategy. It's not something that you can build on. If it was a strategy, people would be running Jaqen and Miri Mazda and like
it's jank
as not a meme.
It's meme jank.
Yeah.
And
it could be like an expert duelist insurance, like to get your commander out of a tight spot, eventually.
But you're running fucking Justin Massey. Who gives a shit?
True. I was thinking rightful heir again.
If Drogo runs into Justin Massey and Drogo goes, "I'm going to assassinate your commander," you go, "Great, thanks." That's not an automatic panic test I'm going to be taking. It's just, no. I think it's jank. I think it's meme jank, but I like running memes. And the worst part of all of this is you can't use it to save like a relentless attachment because Baratheons are sad.
You could
There
have
is
some
one.
play with Baratheon or not Baratheon conviction, true conviction, where you could wound management your way to have fewer ranks, so you can get those rerolls going.
Yeah.
Davos attachment.
You can do that with Davos attachments anyway. He has supply.
True.
Carlo actually
conviction and supply.
I'm just grasping at straws. And
Carlo mentioned the perfect combo of this, right? Is you have 2 units of Stormcrow Mercs at the back, one with, I don't know, some piece of shit 1-point attachment that no one gives a shit about, and one with, or you could do it with like Wardens and Stormcrow Mercs, right? And one with Davos in. And what you do is you supply aid Davos all of the Stormcrow Mercs into the field, and then you go, haha, regroup and reform. Davos is over there now, and now he's supply aiding everyone. And you just sack 2 units, which is not a fucking terrible meme, but like, you're running just in Massey Commander, so what the fuck are you feeding?
You run just in Massey Commander and you spent 10 points on
you spent
filler battery.
10 points and a card and an attachment to copy Night's Watch ability to have 2 units of conscripts.
Hey! we talk about overinvestment to being a different faction. There we go. I like it, but I mean, yeah, it's not good. It's by no means good. I think it's just going to make some meme stuff, and memes have fun, at least. So.
Regroup and reform only matters in Free Folk because you throw everything you've got at killing Mance, and the Mance just goes somewhere else. Nobody's going to throw everything they've got at killing Massey. Nobody cares. Doesn't do anything.
No.
He doesn't even have Rally Point. Not that Rally Point would matter in Baratheons. He just has Inspiring Presence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last card is Sudden Retreat. And I think Sudden Retreat is actually quite a good card. But Sudden Retreat in Baratheons is a real feels bad. The only way I see this card being that useful with Baratheon is if you've got something that really wants to charge, really doesn't want to be engaged. God, the list of Baratheon things is getting really low all of a sudden. Or you simply get charged late on in the round with something with more ranks that you just want to retreat from, so you still get the point for an objective. That's actually the best use of Sudden Retreat I can think of in Baratheon.
And then you don't care about the reroll.
Yeah.
I bet this card could read score 1 victory point if you get late round charged. And that's not terrible. Like, that's not a abysmal card. But for that to be his best card is proper fucking sadness.
And as Carl points out, it shares a trigger with Precious Supplies, Final Strike, and Baratheon Justice. So that's 8 cards out of your 20 cards, and out after your opponent makes an attack. 6 of 8 of them are on melee attack only. How many times do you attack?
Better or worse than Robb Stark, Commander? Go.
I think he's better for one reason and one reason only. And that is, there may be a Baratheon unit that gets released in the future that's, like, good to a point where it's like, this unit is really good, except it has shit morale, and you can go, haha, I have a solution. That is about the only reason I could ever see this being better than Rob.
No. Worse, because he can't buy a 3-point Grey Wind.
Yes.
Boom.
Yeah, I agree. I agree there. I just think this is like
weird.
It's just weird. It's new design for Baratheon, but it just feels like it doesn't do anything. You've literally picked a commander here that just doesn't really do anything. And you mentioned Joffrey earlier. Like, at least Joffrey's cards do something a little bit, even though he's a shit attachment. These don't really do much.
Massey doesn't see play. Mounted Stannis sees play because people want to try him, and they want mounted bad.
Right, out of the 2 commanders, I'm more excited to try Mounted Stannis than Justin Massey.
Yeah. Just weird, isn't it? All right, we'll move on to
Massey to try and unlock a Baratheon badge. Then we'll play him because they think he's a legit good commander.
Yeah, I agree. We'll move on to the attachments then, and there's not really a huge amount to say about the attachments. There are not that many in the box. as just base attachments. We've got Dale Seaworth, which is Davos's oldest son in the books, making the scene at one point. So he is a considerable kind of like option at least. And then he comes with Davos's vassal and Counter-Strike, and you're like, so I can turn Stormcrow mercenaries into wardens with worse armor and one better move and worse morale, and I can have 2 Davos Seaworths in my super well played Davos lists.
I don't remember what Davos even does that he would need to have Davos.
I think he gets a heal from Parlay, I think.
Ah, yes, the heal from Parlay. That one ability that we really wanted. Yeah, it is a heal from Parlay, and the only other one is Flea Bottom Tricks, which allows you to do a pivot and march after something gets attacked, which isn't terrible.
Yeah, Vassal's been underwhelming in every instance we've seen it so far in this game, and it's even more underwhelming in cloning Davos than it is in cloning other characters. I would have, wish list time. I would have much preferred something like Vassal or Squire to do like sacrifice this attachment to save your commander from an expert duelist.
Or like you could try like flip him over so Dale could become Davos kind of thing.
Yeah,
not suggesting like Davos would be the target here, but like Harmer's Bannerman becoming Harmer or Newt becoming Victarion. That's not a terrible thing. But yeah.
But it's not. Instead it creates infinite Adam Jamie loops. And
I mean, for one point, let's not dwell on this too much. For one point, and basically you're getting Counter-Strike and maybe the use of one card, I think that this might be one of the worst attachments we've seen.
Yeah, I'm never going to run it, probably.
Who runs Davos? Commander?
No one runs Davos. No, why would you?
Yeah. Right, let's move straight on. Bryn Farring. Is a 1-point attachment, so look, 1 point, at least we can consider him. And he comes with True Conviction and Protection of the Crown. Now, Protection of the Crown is on insert random Kingsguard member here. I can't remember which one it is. Is it Mandan?
Yeah.
Or no, Mandan is damage, isn't he?
And it's plus 1 to hit and sundering.
Yeah.
Yeah, could be Boris Blau. Could be.
No, it's Aris Oakhart, isn't it?
Aris Oakhart.
I think it's Aris Oakhart. I'm going to check now just because we brought it up. Anyway, he comes with that, and then he also comes with what? True Conviction, which is the reroll attack dice if you have less ranks. I mean, it's better than Aris Oakhart.
Right. So you're at least getting 2 potential things, but I think I'll try it out. I'm not going to say it's like good, but I don't think it's terrible. I like it better than Dale Seaworth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder whether or not Protection of the Crown can kind of like make. Well, I was about to say Wardens. What's True Conviction? If this unit is a Baratheon, I was just checking. It doesn't have to be a loyalty Baratheon.
No, that was the old
Baratheon unit.
That was the old Conviction.
Like 6-point Wardens, like actually, like. I mean, like, can 6-point Wardens can now tank anything, like as long as you control crowns.
Yeah.
But most people don't want to fight 5-point Wardens, so like, rerolls to hit on. You're only going to be able to have 2 ranks at this point on 5 dice is not maybe cool and faithful.
It could be cool and faithful. You're going to lose ranks.
5+.
Get those rerolls to get those precisions.
It's not
reroll
terrible.
To attack, reroll to defend.
Your defense value isn't great on faithful anyway.
Yeah. Now the problem is like if you were a 4+, then I feel like a 4+ with a reroll is suddenly like it's better than a 3+.
Yeah.
But 5+ with a reroll is still actually not even as good as a 4+. So, like, unless you're just feeling lucky and dicey.
I don't hate him for what little it's worth, and the thing is, it's like it's not. I don't think it's the best. application necessarily. I think Wardens is probably the best. But I really don't hate him inside Lightbringers.
Yeah, no, I was about to say the same.
For the same reason that you throw Davos attachment in Lightbringers.
Yeah, I genuinely think if you put him in Lightbringers, you probably win any ranged battle against basically any other ranged unit in the game.
You are 7 points though, so you kind of hope that you do.
Oh yeah.
Because
like,
unless you're the amazingly powerful Golden Company crossbows,
Whoa,
you
calm
are
down.
Equal to or less than the 7 point Lightbringer unit.
Calm down. I can't believe you mentioned how good that they are in relation.
It is a hard comparison though against the thing that I've been running, which is Braun Lightbringers. I think that is another easy good sell. And I can't tell you that he's better. And that feels like the best place for him.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, it's just like, I think this other guy's better. So
He could be fun to experiment with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's not a write-off.
No. Yeah. At least there's something. So, we then get to see a 2-point Justin Massey attachment. Oh dear.
Oh, good. So neither version of him will ever hit the table.
Oh, I fucking love this.
He comes with Battle Plan, which is search your deck for any card discard 2 cards to search your deck for any 1 card, shuffle the deck, and threaten. And I really don't think Battle Plan is a bad ability. Card search is always good. Like, are you really going to spend 2 points though to basically play him in a Rightful Heir deck to draw tack?
Yes. Okay, I'll temper that a bit. If Crescent didn't come out, we would be in a position where Baratheon have no card draw outside of Varys using a token when your opponent takes letters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so Justin Massey coming in and giving Battle Plan is huge to go get Tactical Approach. The number of games where you love Rightful Heir, but it's like the number of games where it's like, oh, you didn't get your Tactical Approach until round 5 or round 6, and it's like, well, get fucked. So that's huge. Threaten's, nice little cherry on top. If I'm gonna pay 2 points for an attachment, which almost never happens, I'd do it for this guy.
I think you'd. The thing is, I think you'd have to put this in Stormcrow Mercs to justify it.
And you could. I mean, I would. I look at like the list I took to Gen Con, right? I had Stannis Rifle and Queensmen, Champs, and 2 Lightbringers, and I was kind of feeling like I should substitute one of those 6-point Lightbringers for something else. I'd swap it out for Stormcrow Mercs and Justin Massey just so I can guarantee my tactical approaches. I mean, Carlo, I looked on your match history. You ran a slight variation of my Gen Con list for like 3 games.
Uh-huh.
Would you consider swapping out a second Lightbringer for Stormcrow Mercs Justin Massey attachment?
I've run. So I was just about to say, I've run a list which has 2 points worth of attachments which are floating around. It has Bronn and it has Davos in it, each at 1 point, each inside of Lightbringers. I would not switch the pair of them out for Justin Massey. I'd keep them. I'm less all invested in approach. Like I think that attack approach is a brilliant card. I think that Stannis, Rightful Heir, is worth picking for attack approach. I also think that he has other great cards. I think that the Baratheon deck is full of great cards. I'm not going to spend 2 points and 2 cards to go and get that 1 card, because I have not built the entire battle plan around having tack approach and using tack approach. The battle plan is that tack approach is actually like a last resort. If anything in that list, fighting combat is pretty much a last resort.
I raise you this one, Carlo, right? Have you ever thought having a battle plan where you draw double sustained assault in your opening hand and then battle plan it first round? Because that if you should base your entire game plan around drawing double sustained assault, so you could throw them on round 1.
Perfect scenario.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to draw them so that I can throw them on round 1 and have 2 new cards. And know that I never have to worry about sustained assault coming up in the rest of the deck.
Yeah.
Well, if we look at previous times battle plans come up, it's Sam attachment in Night's Watch, I think.
And Aereo Hotar,
and
2-point attachment.
And it's like the common criticism there is like, oh, well, yeah, you could go get 1 card, but you don't want to discard 2 cards because you have all these great cards. So you don't want to discard 2 good cards. With Baratheons, we have access to card recursion from the discard pile, whether that be Kingsmen to get Ours is the Fury back or Queensmen to get Conviction or Justice. I think there's a little bit more interplay there where you can afford to toss more cards. And so that 2-card cost isn't as hefty as it might otherwise seem up front.
Maybe.
Attack approach on a unit is only about as good as having Fuel by Slaughter. Like, they are equivalently, like, anti of each other. Like, Fuel by Slaughter heals roughly the amount that attack approach would on every attack. I would not spend 2 points to buy an attachment to give me a card that let me put Fuel by Slaughter on a unit. I'm not spending 2 points to go and get that card. That card is good. It's a great card. Out of 20 cards that I've got, I'd love to see it in my starting hand. It is not worth 2 points trying to go and get that card specifically.
Do you
doesn't always have to
have that Ramsey with Reek that I never buy?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Doesn't always have to be tactical approach. It could be Final Strike.
Do you think that this right now, this obviously isn't? I don't think it's good. Right? I don't think it's good. When we talk about attack approach, it doesn't have to be Stannis' side, of course. It doesn't have to be Rightful Heir. It could be a different commander pulling a different card. I don't really foresee anything in OTK or Axel though that you particularly want to pull. In my head, you might rather with a Roose commander list because to pull Flayman Has No Secrets, because he actually completely fuels Flayman Has No Secrets with the Threaten as well. But like, yeah, I'm not sold on Justin Massey at all. But maybe in the future when we talk about like a shift in the meta, right? I'm gonna guess that Justin's not gonna get changed in a balance patch that may or may not be coming in the next couple of months. In a different meta, could you see Battle Plan at least having use and being useful? Or do you think this is just dead forever?
The 2 points for me, no. I'm not spending 2 points to buy a particular card. Like,
Okay.
I'm interested in oh god, what's her name? Missandei. I'm interested in Missandei. 4 points to have a particular card on demand whenever I want it. But that's because I was spending 4 points on an NCU anyway. So I swapped whatever other ability I could have had for that. I'm not buying that. If she costs 5 points, I'd just be like, no, I'm not interested. If I had to spend 1 point on it, it's not that powerful to me. And that's just like, I guess this is also guaranteeing whatever card you want in your hand at the start of the game. But we're talking about like guaranteed Targ's new fake endless horde and stuff like that. Like, and I'm still not interested in paying more points than I was going to spend anyway on a unit for it. I'm definitely not swapping Lightbringers and all the power they bring for Stormcrow mercs with this ability.
That's fair.
He also adds Threaten.
Sweet. That does a lot for my love of Tywin Lannister.
Right. I don't know. I'll give it a shot. I mean, I'm gonna at least try it. But
tell me how it goes, mate.
The value of it, like I said, I would rate this higher if we didn't get Crescent, but we got Crescent, who can perform the kind of the same goal, right?
Which we'll get onto in a minute, is when we look at the NCUs. So those are the attachments in the box: 2 1-pointers and a 2-pointer, plus the 2 commanders. Sure, Stannis is a cavalry model. Stannis is obviously the center point of the box, but we only saw 6 models in the box, which is kind of standard for hero box nowadays, especially if it's a cavalry model. But an actual, in my opinion, a disappointing number of actual options with only 3 attachments and 2 commanders and 2 NCUs. It feels like they should have had one more option, and I don't know what it should have been, but it feels like they're one more option short, because that's only 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 options in a 6 model box. Which
I disagree.
I don't know,
because they have 2 commanders,
yep,
which is as many as we expect.
Yeah, you only expect 2.
And they have 1 attachment that I'm considering using, 1 attachment that Kurt's also considering using, and that's 2 attachments that people might use more than every other commander box.
Yeah, fair.
So,
yeah.
I'd rather have less options that I'd actually use than they just filled it out and was like, oh, and here's another version of some guy who costs 2 points and does fuck all. It's like, no, that's just, you've just wasted it. You've just killed the environment and the amount of times you printed that card, and it's just going to go straight in the bin and never get used.
That's fair enough.
I have a hard time complaining about the Stannis box since the Renly box also released, and I would just feel entitled if I was complaining about the Stannis box.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that in due course.
Just you wait.
All right then. Let's jump into Patchface. Patchface is here. Patchface is 4 points. Great little model, great little ability. He has 3 order tokens on him, and at the start of any round, you can spend a token and you name a tactics card. What I like about this is there's no requirement of what you name. And then it says if your opponent has 1 or more tactics cards in their hand with that name, they must discard the one tactics card with that name, which is good. They didn't have this thing where if your opponent has that tactics card in their hand with that name, which means that people could go, I have 2, so I don't fulfill the condition of having 1, so I don't have to get rid of either, which people definitely would have gamed around. So they did avoid that. But yeah, Patchface 4-point NCU with I'm going to choose a card at the start of a round and you might have to discard it if you have it. I think this is pretty good. I personally think this is pretty damn good.
You don't even...
I think it is. First time I read it, it was a really blurry image, and I thought he had 1 order token, and I still thought he was good.
Yeah.
I thought if he could do it once a game, he would be worth taking. He can do it 3 times a game.
This is really good.
I mean, there is diminishing returns.
Oh, sure.
Like 3 times a game isn't 3 times as good as once a game, because there are just very specific situations which, if you know your opponent's deck, strategy, etc. well, then you can not guarantee, because there are ways that they can draw cards mid-round, and you could name it and they could have 2 of it. So you might
false sense of security
falsely give yourself a sense of security that doesn't exist. You might go first on round 1 and say Endless Horde, and they go damn, and they discard Endless Horde, and then you don't take horses, and then they go and take horses and play their other Endless Horde, and you're like, well, I would have been better off just taking horses and blocking the Endless Horde. But they are very corner cases when that's going to happen. I think that there's a card in every deck where a good player thinks, if they have this card, I might be in trouble. And if you can predict that moment, that time, that turn, then it's going to be very, very powerful. And I think that he will just become my first picked Stannis side NCU every single time.
I can comfortably see this guy alongside Davos being the 2 things you pick up straight away Stannis side if you're not running Mel Jaqen style burn lists, like straight away.
And he couples nicely with Davos NCU for just lots of control.
Mm-hmm.
Alternatively, he could free up Davos NCU to become Davos Attachment.
Yeah, which is about the only time you'd ever use him, because you wouldn't use Davos Commander.
Right.
So
remind me, long plan. If you use long plan end of the round,
yep,
he could like guarantee cancel whatever you got with long plan.
Yes.
Debatable whether or not people think that you have to show what long plan is.
You don't have to show what card you get with long plan, because it's specifically any card from the deck. It's specifically any card, so you don't have to show it, because any card search is like that isn't a requirement. Whereas if you're talking like a commander card only, then we come into this debatable thing where it's like, should you show the corner? Should you show the name? What should you show? This is a potential problem with something like Neutral's commander card only search type stuff, because that whole debate. Yeah.
Sorry. What about like with the Queensmen, Justice or Conviction? I always show what I draw.
Again,
because you're a good guy.
Yeah. There's no requirement to show any cards as per the rules and per what Michael said, but like, it does lead us down the route which we've discussed previously. Like, there is an optional window available for quite easy cheating there. I'm not saying that people will, and I don't think, the goodwill, I've never seen a player do that. That being said, who was I talking to? Was it you, Carlo, was telling us about...
Probably not.
No, I think it was in France. I'm pretty sure it was in France. That they actually have it recorded in a game that was played, where a guy plays a card, and then instead of putting it on the discard pile, he puts it on the board, and then you can see him play, and then he rubs his arm across the board, and a card falls on the floor. And slightly later on in the round, he looks down and says, "Oh, there's a card on the floor," and he picks it up and puts it back in his hand. And it was apparently intentional. And that's recorded, apparently. Someone told me that story. But, like, that's literally the only time I've ever heard it happen. Ever. So I think this idea that with people cheating and things is unlikely. But yeah, it's... Yeah.
I genuinely don't know which way around Owen thinks that North American attitude versus European attitude is on this. Yeah. I think that it's card player attitude versus board gamer attitude.
Mm-hmm.
Which is card players believe that this is, but like you're like competitive card playing is a way more mature, shall we say, like in terms of prize money, age of competition, level of competition. Like it's been around for so much longer. Competitive Magic, competitive all various
30 years
different things that Magic kind of spawned. And if you come from that background, you find it incredibly weird if your opponent does things that it says you must do this thing, and then you don't have to prove that that is the thing you did, that you like just drew something into your hand. But in like the board gaming community, like it's kind of like just assumed that people aren't like cheating to win, whereas in card games you can't be so sure, right? And here we sit at the crossing point of where card games meet board games, and people aren't really sure what applies. And as tabletop games mature into being more serious for some people, having more competitors, the more you can't just rely on goodwill to be the reason why somebody doesn't cheat. And the more we feel that you should need to show this information to prove that you haven't cheated. And then that should just be part of the rules, not because you don't trust your opponent, just because why would you ever make it a question? Why not just like make it part of the rules that when you get a card, you show your opponent what it is, to prove that it met the requirements.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, that's how I would do it. I would say just show what you draw, or show your hand. And I know it's like, oh well, now he's getting more than his 4 points of value because now you're getting hand info. And it's like, I put that one on CMON.
Yeah, it's also similar to like in a tournament, like and even down the club, like 99% of the time, unless I've just like accidentally drawn, I will always give my deck to my opponent for them to cut or shuffle or do whatever they want at the start of the game, because that is card gaming etiquette. That if you've ever played a competitive card game, like you never ever shuffle your own. You never have the final shuffle of your own deck.
Mhm.
You always give it to your opponent to make the final shuffle and to at least make a single simple cut to change what is the top card. Because not because it's assumed that your opponent is a cheat, but because you want to remove the question that you possibly could have cheated. What we want to remove. We want to remove the option for somebody to say, oh, I think he might be a cheat. I think that he stacks his deck before the game. Every turn, he draws his hand and he's got 2, and now his watch is ended, and a for the watch in his opening hand. Every time he draws his deck, he's got endless horde, like predictable maneuvers, and and something else. Like, how does he always have them? And it's like, well, if you just give your deck to your opponent, then that's not a question of whether or not you've stacked your deck in secret before the game and then just come up to the game and sort of like pretended to shuffle in front of your opponent. And I do think it was actually quite interesting that the only time that I've ever really heard people whispering about people might be cheats was actually at US Nationals. I had a lot of people seem to think that other people's dice were not legit, or like, you know what I mean? And like, it all seemed like, I was like, the fuck? Like, of all the things you're going to cheat, you're going to use loaded dice? I mean, come on now. How basic are we around here, guys? Come on. Loaded fucking dice. At least stack your deck. if you're gonna cheat, at least be good. At least learn how to palm a card onto the top of your deck, or do some kind of like shifty shuffle. Don't just bring a loaded dice.
It's
But yeah.
It's certainly very odd. It is very, very odd. Because if people care about this stuff, the shuffling side of it, Carlo's completely right. There is an art, and there are discussion boards and things and there is a surprisingly large crossover, especially in the US. You see it between people who are very good at Magic and sleight of hand, and competitive card game players. And there are people who try and do things like very clever shuffling in competitive card games. So if you've never seen it, there's a lot of analysis that goes into it. And this is with even like cutting of decks and shuffling your opponent's deck and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, I did find it odd, like in the US, it was about the only time that I've ever genuinely, it was the only time that I've ever really like spoken to people, and I spoke to a lot of people, so this wasn't anyone specific, and actually it came up a few times, like from totally different people, where one of their gut thought was that they had lost for non-legitimate reasons, and they were asking, like, when you played him, did his dice roll weird? Did he have, like, did you check his deck? Did you do, like, I mean, and it was like the first time that I'd ever found people who were like skeptical of the legitimacy of their opponent. And I found it really, really like quite a culture shock, because I've never like met anybody who was, and if I was skeptical about something in the game, I would just say like, no, like, if I thought your dice were dodgy, like if I genuinely thought your dice were dodgy, where like specifically like you went and picked 2 special dice up every time you did a morale test or something like that, I'd just say, in future, can you not roll those dice, please? Can you roll something else? Like, here, use these dice. And like, I don't, I don't give a flying fuck what kind of juju you think exists or what kind of luck you're gonna say. If you're gonna tell me that you roll those dice for juju reasons, I'm getting the TO over, and you're not rolling those dice anymore. If that's what I felt, and if I don't feel that, then just shut up and put up. But if I felt that, then like we should be challenging it. Like, I don't think that people should ever walk away from a game and be like, that was non-legit. Like, I was robbed. I was cheated. And
I have to admit, in France when Walou, because he has like special dice with like a fist with a knife in it for sixes, and he uses a special dice for his D3. And it wasn't directly obvious what the sixes and ones and threes were. And he showed me before the game. But when he first rolled his panic check, I was like, hang on, is that a 6 or is that one a 6? Or which one's which kind of thing? But I have to admit, I knew they weren't loaded because the first thing he did was roll them and fail the test. So I was like, yeah, he's just using different dice. You know what I mean? Like, he's got these special dice for them, but they're clearly not, like, special. So yeah, like, exactly that, though. Like, I think people will jump to this conclusion perhaps sometimes. Anyway, Patchface.
We'll wait after that, as always.
Yep.
Patchface, there's not much to be said. He's fucking amazing. He's possibly even meta-defining.
I don't know, but I do, like, I don't know, but I do think Baratheon have a very good chance of running even more effective Stannis side lists than we currently see.
Yeah.
Renly, different conversation, right? But like, I do think Baratheon have a chance of being one of the probably better factions, assuming the balance doesn't touch them too much in the update. I could see them becoming very difficult to deal with for a lot of factions. Because
Stannis Baratheons don't even have to be the best thing in the game for Patchface to be meta-defining.
No.
His mere existence, and if he becomes popular, his popular use can stop people from playing such one-trick strategies, which I think is necessarily an advantage. If you no longer believe that free folk can just endless horde on the first round, then they become a much less appealing choice for everybody, whether you're playing into Baratheons or not. If your whole strategy, I mean, not that it is his whole strategy, but if like you're so all in on, a Drogo, using Drogo and only Drogo because of assault orders, then the existence of Patchface means that you maybe consider other commanders now. It's not that you will lose to Patchface, although like his power will increase his use and will increase the amount that people are changing their strategies around him. But that he exists could hopefully make people not so reliant on one command card in its entirety. Could actually make Massey useful because you play rightful heir, start of the round, I say, do you have attack approach? You say, no, I don't have attack approach. And then you say, oh, by the way, I'm going to go and get attack approach.
Well, no, because the trigger of attack approach is start of round, right?
Oh,
they're both start around, but first player would get priority, and then second player.
So you could play it as a first player, Stannis.
Yes. So round one, Patchface is first. So Patchface can never stop. Oh wait, no, he could if you had it in your hand.
Yeah.
Round he could start it if he was second. Yeah.
Yeah. Patchface is first. He says, "Do you have tech approach?" Your opponent says, "No." Your opponent then uses Massey and says, "By the way, I now have tech approach." Start of round two, he goes, "And I'm playing tech approach before you get rid of it."
Mm-hmm. It also means that things like Vargo, hasty offense, and stuff like that are. I'm not suggesting that anyone's going to play Vargo, but any of those kind of like start of round cards are a little bit less of a kind of sad face, if you will, to Patchface. And actually, what Patchface is really good against, he's really good as a second player, stopping a first player, something like assault orders. Which is huge. Like Starks, you can't assault orders or swords at the start of the turn. Fuck you.
Yeah. This is what I mean. There are cards inside of every deck where you look at the board state and you're like, if he has this right now, I'm in trouble. And you can just deny that 3 times of the game. That's round 2, 3, 4. That's round 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 3, 4, 5. They're the power plays. They're the important ones. Unless we're talking about cards which are incredibly influential on rounds 1 and 2. Just go 1, 2, 3. Endless Horde, whatever it is, cards that Now His Watch is ended, maybe for the watch, whatever it is that you're like really scared of. And you know what? If you hit the card big first time around, you can actually just move on to getting rid of something else as well. Like once you've seen the card that you're super scared of twice, maybe they played it once, you discarded it once, still got a chance to go and just get rid of the card that you're second most scared of. Mm-hmm. It was like, if you can predict it, it's like it's like counterplot on steroids because it doesn't wait for the card to be played. It just like gets rid of it before it even like meets its trigger.
I will say this: it makes Tyrion for 5 look not that good a value, like not great value. Yeah.
Mel Jackin is not even good, Luke. Mel is fine. Jackin is a waste of time.
I would pay 5 for Tyrion in a Baratheon list.
Yeah, well, I'd pay 5 to have counterplot in armies that didn't have counterplot.
Let's say even if it was like a base card, right? I would, because until this box, Baratheons have not had, or at least Stannis side Baratheons have not had card draw. Renly at least had Eldon and CU, but
sure, but like
Stannis side, at least me personally, I've been crying for some kind of card draw for forever. So between whatever, from just a Massey attachment to like a Tyrion clone, like gimme.
Fair enough, but like I feel like Tyrion for the +1 hand size is probably better than his random once per game cooler counterplot up.
Yeah, and that's what I would value.
And the thing
would
is,
be the +1 hand size.
Arguably, Patchface is equivalent to 3 counterplots, kind of. I mean, look, let's face it. Even if you don't know how to use Patchface well, your opponent will have 3 cards at a minimum, usually, unless they've played a start of round. They will have usually 3 cards, and you'll have some information, if it's not round 1, of what they may have discarded. So your odds of getting a card that they have in hand, even if you just randomly guess, aren't shit. like you won't get it every time if you're completely randomly guessing with the information provided. But like, you'll probably hit 2 of 3 potentially. And that's not trash.
Yeah,
like, that's arguably better than counterplot.
Yeah. I could see going for What is Dead May Never Die.
Yeah.
Shields that guard the realms of men.
Yep.
Shields, yeah.
Now Watch has ended.
Especially especially if you're like, I'm gonna try to kill this unit this turn. It's like What is Dead or Shields. And let's say like normally like I use Davos to try to block those. But if you're not going to be engaged with them, then Davos wouldn't work. Like let's say you're trying to finish them off with a Lightbringer shot. This is where Patchface comes in.
And yeah, I mean, like Shields specifically, like, and now as Watch has ended, like, you can never really predict it. Like, if they have it, they will have played it. Like, you're just guessing. But Shields is a card that only gets triggered when you make an attack. So there is no way outside of, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe Jorah NCU does something. I don't know. I don't even think Jorah NCU can attach it anymore. Whatever. Shields sits in your hand. It's too good to be discarded. You hold it because it's practically the best card in your deck. And you're going to wait, and I'm going to let you hold it for like the first 2 rounds or until I'm going to make an attack. I'm going to be like, I'm going to attack this round. I'm going to wait for you to have like had it in your hand, and then we're going to go, oh, and by the way, got Shields.
Yeah.
And
get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I think he's great. Like he's good. He's going to be everywhere. And you know what? At least he's a cool character that people have heard of, people already knew, people are already excited for Patchface before they ever saw his card. So cool, he's got good rules and he gets to see the table. I'm happy about that.
Paul says all you have to do is remember the name of every tactics card from every armor. Simples. Or use the stats site and click on where it says see enemy's tactics deck, and you can just see every card that they have in their deck, then compare that list with what's in their discard pile. Happy days.
Well, you don't even need to know. You don't even have to look at the app. You don't need to know every single card. If you just know like what the big offenders are in key situations, then just remember those handful of cards. What is Dead, Shields, For the Watch, Endless Horde. And
the real question comes down to if your opponent mispronounces the card, can you just say nope, I haven't got that?
Oh god.
Diplomacy rules, you have to spell it correctly or it doesn't go through.
There's not a comma in that sentence you've written down. It's the wrong name. Oh dear. Right. Anyway, we'll move on to the last one in the Stannis box. Crescent, the Maester at Dragonstone, a 5-point NCU, which immediately puts him into contention against Mel, of course, in Stannis' side. And we see 2 abilities, which is always nice for a 5-point NCU. Sacrifice for the king. At the start of any round, you can activate Crescent, and if you do, destroy him at the end of the round. So he kind of like sacrifices himself. And Loving Counsel. Each time he claims the crowns, you can replace the crowns with draw 2 and place a condition token. So basically, he can turn the crowns into letters. Crescent, thoughts?
I think that Kurt thinks he's amazing. I think that I looked at him and was like, meh.
Okay. I think he's great. I'm gonna say that's like one level below amazing. And here's why. Like, you have other options. So for the same reason that I was tempering my hype over just a Massey attachment, Carlo, so good. For the same reason why I'm saying Crescent kind of tempers Justin Massey, I'm gonna say Littlefinger tempers Crescent. They both kind of perform the same function. You're paying an extra point for Crescent than you would for Littlefinger. Littlefinger gives you a little bit more versatility. It's like, I'm going to slot Littlefinger on crown, and then maybe I'll use letters, or maybe I'll use swords, or maybe I'll use bags, whatever I need at the time. Crescent gives you card draw potential, like to double up card draw that like Littlefinger does for 1 point more. The value with Crescent, I think, is the sacrifice for the king.
Yeah.
The ability to double tap tactics board to kick off a round, or to snipe it before your opponent can, when your opponent would normally be first. I think that is the justification for that 5th point over a 4-point Littlefinger, you know.
For me, you want to control crowns and a final strike and things like that with Baratheon, and you don't, card draw is fine. Like, you want to take letters really, because card draw is quite nice anyway. So having the option to just go, fuck it, it's round 1, I'll just take crowns. You're gonna take letters, are you, to stop me drawing? I don't give a fuck. So it has value in the early game, and then I agree in the mid game, the sacrifice of the king is actually the most important ability. It's a double tap into the tactics board, for a Bronn Lightbringer shot from bags, and then a shot from swords, perhaps. So a double Lightbringer shot to open a round with no counterplay. Bearing in mind you're not in a turn as well, so there's no start of turns that can come before Crescent. So things like that have power, I think. I'm not sold on him. I don't think he's that good, but I could easily start to see a double Stannis list pairing, where you run a Mel style list for 1, and then a Crescent style list for a second list that's maybe geared towards other things in the meta. And I can see that list pairing because, as we're going to get onto, Renly's pretty sad at the moment. Apart from my Elden side stuff. Like, for me, I think you could run a double Stannis pairing and actually have 2 different list looks now from your NCU package, which is the one thing that Stannis side could never do. Is its NCU package was either, are you running Mel, or are you just a bad NCU setup?
It wasn't always Mel. Sometimes it was Tycho.
Cool. Anyway,
I think that I would really like Crescent at 4 points with either ability. I take either ability for 4 points. I'm just very adverse to paying 5 for both of them. I'd take a 4.1, and I'd probably prefer Sacrifice for the King. But I'd have him at 4 with Loving Counsel. Because I do think that it's a fine replace effect. Crowns is a zone that I find as Baratheons, you obviously want to have it for card effects. There's a lot of them that bring it, but the effect is generally, the current problem is that the crowns effect is just bad. Like, it is so bad in it when you look at the objective kind of like value that it has. I would swap, like, most of the time, I would swap the crowns test for 1 token. That's like forget the draw 2 tactics cards. I would if it just said give out 1, do a -1 morale test or give out 1 token.
Yeah,
I'd give out 1 token.
I actually think that would be a good change to the tactics board. I agree.
So the thing is that letters, it's Loving Council is massively increasing the value of that zone, in my opinion. But like you say, like I'd rather just Littlefinger that into something else. I'd rather play a little bit differently. I also think that in the it gets really, it's a whole different discussion about 3 NCU versus 3 NCU kind of setups and where they play. But I think that you generally you never really have to take the last zone anymore because your opponent has to pass. And therefore, they leave 2 zones open because they don't want to activate their 4th NCU and then have you block. You take the 5th, and then they have to pass with their 6th. And I'd rather just have like total zone replaces. Oh, the Stannis side isn't really very big on them. I think that Sacrifice for the King. Yeah, maybe I just wasn't giving it enough value, but I still don't want to buy him for 5. I don't think. I think I'm just a bit averse to killing my own NCU, even though it probably is the best choice. I think that like the risk of doing it too early, the risk of doing it too late, are both very, very real.
Can I? There is one thing, right? The rise of Martells, and with the potential for something like Tying Sand or blocking Davos, blocking Doran, but particularly the Strangler Poison, Crescent as a 5-point NCU, sure, but he completely negates Tying Sand because you can just go fuck it. You've blocked me taking that sword because you think I'm going to kill an NCU. I'm just going to kill my own NCU and do it, and I'll take the poison on Crescent. But who gives a shit? He's dead anyway. So I do now get to double tap the tactics board. You haven't stopped me doing it on round 3 or round 4. And I'm getting the high tempo value out of that I want against you as a Martell player. And I think maybe Crescent might have... I don't know if he makes enough lists. I don't know if it's enough. But at 5, he might just make the cut. But I don't know.
What do you think of him in relation to other like once per game or kill your NCU abilities like Corrin Half Hand or
Corrin's very good, but
Reigns of
Corrin's
Castamere or Vigili?
Corrin's very good, but Corrin's expensive. Tywin's very good, but you have to build around how Tywin works, which is as WOP lists would suggest. And another like Lannister players playing those styles, it's basically you pop Tywin to then go and kill a lot of things that round. You're setting up one shots basically. I think it's equivalent, but not as strong.
I really don't think that he's a counter to Tyene because he dies at the end of the round. Tyene, you get a full extra round anyway. Like you're doubling the acceleration of the rate. Like you could have just avoided that space for like 1 round and then taken it the round after, and then you would have survived like 3 rounds. Like,
sure,
I really think that just like sacrificing yourself on round 3 is very likely to be a common winning strategy. And also, I think that Olenna is about the only thing that's going to hold Martells in general in check in terms of Doran NCU. So I just think that any ideas and concepts, my future vision for Baratheons and the game going forward is that you have to be thinking about the way Water Gardens Doran works. And I think that Olenna is about the hardest counter. That and Lannisters, unless those 2 things are popular, then Doran is going to be problematic for the game, and it's probably going to be problematic for everybody else anyway. But if I was building Baras, there is not a single world in which I consider a double Stannis list because I am bringing Olenna.
That's fair enough.
Just pre-Martell release, I didn't play Olenna. I wouldn't play Olenna. Now I wouldn't leave home without her.
Even with Littlefinger as an option?
Yes, I don't think being forced around the board by a 4-point NCU I then have to like Littlefinger water gardens into taking water gardens into maybe even taking whatever other zone now needs to be blocked, or just to stop your NCU, I don't see that as a viable strategy. Whereas I see taking a 5-point NCU who on half of its rounds just says your NCU has no ability, so therefore you're never going to score any points from that. And then the other half of the rounds, it goes, I'll also turn off the ability of one of the other NCUs.
Or
because
punishes.
as long as I shut him off half the time, then I can shut off other NCUs. So,
Lannisters, if you can go second and then intrigue twice.
Yeah. If you can just block him once with Lannisters and intrigue him twice, then that's also going to completely shut him down. But we shouldn't have to be talking about how we're going to shut down this 4-point NCU. It's like also talking about like how Crescent's going to hopefully shut down Endless Horde, which is a base card. You know what I mean? Like that's like Endless Horde is of the influence and power that like it should be inside of a commander. Do you know what I mean? Like that we should be thinking, oh god, how do we shut down this specific commander? Like no, it's just like the whole faction at that point. But yeah, I wouldn't leave home without Olenna these days. I am under the entire impression that I have to work out how to fit in either 9 or 13 points of NCUs as a minimum inside of Renly side force. When considering a 2-list format going forward for any tournament which may consider Martells as a release.
Fair enough. In which case, Crescent probably doesn't make the cut because Crescent doesn't.
So for me,
no,
like yeah.
No, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Like he has no place in the Martell matchup because the Martell matchup is a Renly matchup in my mind.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's very fair. If that's the approach, I can't fault it because I do agree with that approach. Yeah, cool. There's Stannis side box. Overall, okay. The commanders are a bit sad, except we still get Matt Stannis, and Matt Stannis as a model is cool, if nothing else. But generally, meh. Okay.
I'm disappointed, but coming at it from like an incredibly hyped position that I really wanted to see Matt Stannis, and he just didn't quite,
scratch that itch.
Tick every box that I wanted him to tick. I was hoping for a lot. I was asking for a lot. I'm surprised that they managed to bring one NCU, Patchface, that I'm very happy with, attachment that I'd consider using, and a commander that I would consider using. That's actually way more than I expect from most hero boxes.
That's fair. Okay, so Stannis side, pretty happy. And you're a Stannis Chad, aren't you, Kurt? So you're just happy anyway that this man is now out here.
I see commander, 2 NCUs, 2 attachments.
Fair.
And here I am giving away all my Renly boyness. Can't get away from it.
So
this next box might make you.
We have actually got an intervening.
This is when you find out that I'm a true Renly loyalist. I'll tell you how amazing this next box is.
We've got some intervening news, first of all, and that is an interesting piece of news coming out of the US. But Frontline Gaming, who are running LVO, have announced in combination with Simon that Song will become part of their standard offer across all of the events they run. So that's things like the Cherokee Open, the Rocky Mountain Open, the Bay Area Open, Atlantic City, Open Star, Cruise Hammer, and SoulCal. So Song will become a permanent fixture on the Frontline Gaming series of events that they run year-round. And they have already got tournament organizers and setups for most of them, I think. If I remember rightly, Carl was telling me that they are currently looking, I believe, for Cherokee. I'll make sure I don't get this wrong because I have actually got it written down. Where are we? Carl, there we go. So they're looking for Cherokee Open, Atlantic City, and Lone Star for TOs for those 3 areas. So if you are in the US and you are in those areas looking to TO an event on behalf of Frontline Gaming at those things, do get in contact with them. And on the back of that as well, which is kind of good news, 12 more seats opened up for LVO. They've increased the size of the event. So overall, very good news coming out of the US from what has been
Is
seen
that
in the
52
US.
to 64?
I think.
Oh, 48
60,
to
I
60.
think. I think it's 60.
48 to 60.
Yeah. I think this is good news for the US scene, not because the US scene has like had issues with like events and stuff, but it's good news for the US scene because what we're seeing now is the closest thing to an organized circuit in the US of major events, and with CMON kind of like at least involvement in that, this is a positive thing going forward, which is no offense to the US and the guys who put on great events, you know, the KC group and all the other groups out there, but it was almost random and sporadic, whereas at least it now seems a bit more unified under this, and maybe we'll see events start working around the calendar and the calendar filling out in a more logical approach. And you know, I think that's a good thing, certainly from the competitive end. So yeah. Also, today we also have some more painted miniatures from a certain group in Rocket City, right? That we have to do a bit of cool me or not on, okay?
Luke.
No. Dun dun dun. This is not Luke's stuff. This is a different project working on Lannisters, but in blue, like a blue and gold, a blue and yellow style Lannister army, coming out from Brandon. Brandon Builder.
Are we Brandon the bodybuilder?
We are Brandon the bodybuilder. So I'll just quickly skim through these. He sent me loads of images, but I did want to share his story just as a mid-time break. His exact wording here is he's got this cool mini or entry that we want to have, and he said that it's not a Luke model, so it's not nearly the same quality. I think he undersells himself a little bit, but you know. And he's a newer painter, but something he really liked about what Luke had done was he shared the updates of his Stark army as he progressed through them with us, and we talked about that. And so he really liked that Luke's army kind of like progressively got painted along with the community. So he's trying to grow his army in a painted way along with the community on Tourney Ground, like we did with Luke's. And he said obviously that Tourney Ground was his main form of A Song of Ice and Fire consumption in terms of like content. So he really wants to try and get himself painting a lot more along with Tourney Ground. And I just thought that was really nice from Bran there, and inspired by his mate Luke to do what Luke did, I think is even better. So
if you're gonna be inspired by somebody, Luke's a solid bet.
Yeah. So some lovely Lannisters
I tell you
here.
what, I am the guy second in. I mean, they all have it, but the guy on the second in, just from the front left, from the standard bearer. I forget what their real names are. Basically, the old school kind of
Cups.
Yeah,
like,
the cuts.
Yeah.
And the alternating colours. I am an absolute sucker for that ever since like 5th, 6th edition Empire. Like I spent forever painting alternating colours on them, and I just think it's absolutely bling as fuck. Like I absolutely love it. I actually prefer the one that's up to the top left of him, which is where it's a single colour, but then it's in the inlay.
Yeah.
And like kind of like an undershirt which has slits in, rather than them necessarily being like alternating. Oh no, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan.
There you go. So there you go. Remove your tactical rocks and have your alternating colour cuffs on your undershirts. And Carlo is
alternating colours, alternating primary colours. I'm an absolute sucker for alternating primary colours. Simple, basic bitch that I am.
There you go. But yeah, obviously, lovely work.
0 out of 10. What a 0.
0 out of 10. What a 0. Yeah, I think they look great. I love them.
I think they look good. Yeah.
There you go. And Luke says he's only been painting for 3 or so years. And
those are the new guardsmen, the new box.
Who actually look good rather than hello. Yes, my lord guardsman in the old box. Right then, should we go on to Renly side?
Yeah, we had the bad news. Now it's time for the good news box.
Woo! Good news box! Good news box! So we've got Renly, King in the South, who is a commander. Let's get excited. He comes with Knights of the Summer, Lavish and Cannon, and Overconfidence. All 3 new cards we've never heard of. This could be really good and interesting. His attachment is an interesting one. Swift Strike in Baratheon, which we saw on Thornwatch, right? And claims to the kingdom. Each time he's targeted by friendly abilities or tactics cards, you count as controlling crowns and letters for that effect, which annoys the shit out of me. Do you know why?
Go on.
Isn't this what Andrew has, but as under a different name?
Yep.
It's called First of the King's Men when Andrew has it, but his is only tactics cards, whereas Renly's is abilities. But it doesn't fucking matter for abilities, as far as I can tell. So I don't know why they added this extra thing to it. Like, what?
Although it matters, it could arguably matter for Andrew. Because if Andrew said abilities and tactics cards, there would be no discussion about whether or not when the King's Men go and get Ours is the Fury and play it,
Yeah.
there would be no discussion anymore about whether or not he controls them both.
Yes.
Jesus.
Fine. I mean, that as a commander attachment, I don't think this is trash. It's certainly not great, but it's not complete a trash, right?
So, Swift Strike's nice.
Yeah.
Potentially. Names to the Kingdom, I think, does less than people think it does on its face.
It's
What probably comes to mind is Ours is the Fury. And it's like, okay, you've got fully for you. You've got both the zones, so you get all 3 things from Ours is the Fury. And then when you consider at least the unit, the Rainbow Guard already hit on 2s.
People try way too hard to get all 3 abilities on Ours is the Fury.
Yeah. Like let's ignore the Rainbow Guard for the moment, right? Because him alone, I could at least see having playing a unit like Pikemen, right? High Guard and Pikemen wouldn't feel terrible to open with swords. And if they don't kill you with their big Ours is the Fury, at least they can strike off to then charge you later on in the round. Like, I don't hate that.
He would work with Final Strike, right? To get the crown.
Actually, no, because Final Strike doesn't target you.
Oh, well.
yeah, that's a thing still. So yeah, like it's as far as I'm concerned, the only thing this is for maybe a Stag's Wit, but specifically Ours is the Fury swordplay. That's the only thing I really consider claims to the kingdom.
What a waste of ability.
Yeah.
Maybe his cards will make up for it.
Maybe his cards will make up for it. So let's start with Knights of Summer. Start of a friendly turn. Target a friendly combat unit. That unit performs a morale test, which has value in Renly's side because you get things if you pass morale tests. For each zone you control, among crowns and letters, they control 1 to their roll. Good. That means you can use it on Renly's unit and get +2 to your morale test. Pretty big stuff right now. On a success, each enemy they're engaged with performs a panic test. Oh.
Yay!
Oh.
Okay.
This legitimately might be a I healed 1 on Rose Knights. Or I healed 1 on Champions of the Stag. If you've got something that heals when you pass a morale check or something. Or I don't know. I have no idea. That's as far as I'm concerned, it's a heal 1 card.
My theory is, and it's the same with talking about the crowns on the tactics board, right? Mm-hmm. My theory is that nobody's down, Michael and Fabio, and explained mathematically how many wounds panic test does on average. Because on average, it does about 7 wounds or something like that.
Yeah, you can
right?
you can safely
Like,
say that
when
less
you
than
take-
1.
Yes, less than 1 is the average number of wounds that a panic test does. Because most things pass about 60 to 70% of all their morale tests. And they only did 2 average wounds when you failed. So it's like doing a panic test with no modifiers is just worthless.
Yeah.
On the whole, in the meta,
But
like it's not something that you can build around. Now and again, it rolls for you and it does something good. The crown is just a worthless zone because its average is pathetic, and that's even with a -1. This is.
But Carlo, Renly side have so many things that double down on panic.
It lets Renly make a foray into panic play, which he previously didn't do at all. And if you Flademen are good, so you could use this with Flademen.
Great, I'm now doing a 6+ test on the off chance that I might do an
You could
intimidating
make it a
presence
4+
panic test.
test.
Oh, it's so bad. Like this card.
Trash tier. Absolute
Like
dog tier.
what's annoying is that this card has some value procking your own morale test to like heal one or proc like a Baratheon conviction right or something like that. It has value from the base deck.
Yeah.
But the payoff, like this is objectively worse than Warcry on a card. And Warcry on a card isn't very good. It's not crap, but it's not good. And this is way objectively worse. Like, and this is a commander card.
It removes bribery, right? Like, literally, I think that's the only time it has any value.
Yeah.
Yeah? Bribery is a morale test, not a panic test to get rid of it.
Trigger conviction.
Trigger conviction.
Yeah.
Because Renly side doesn't have any faith units.
No. So the only other thing is like Dauntless, right? The heal 1 for passing a morale check. Which like
Rose Knight's lost.
yeah, but you can get it on attachment, right? Somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could.
So you could double down on like a heal 1, deal 1. Woo. This is fucking
Shot
terrible.
for any turn means that you can always play it.
Yep.
The morale test, not a panic test, so you can't lose anything.
Yep.
Unless your opponent triggers something off of a failed morale test. But I
Oh
don't think
no.
that's
No. No. Oh my god, you're gonna Knights of Summer in Renly versus because you're gonna run Renly against like Harmonulla, Martells, and he's gonna go, oh, you just passed a morale test, did you? Well, I'll spiteful fucking truce.
Yeah, okay. Outside of that, though, basically, you can play it and nothing could go wrong. If that was not true, then you would just discard this card and you would never even think about playing it, really.
It's playable.
Roughly speaking, nothing can go wrong. Nothing is going to go right either. It might as well be blank. Like, you're basically just going, oh, you know what? Take 0.1 wounds, please. So, like, 1 in 10 times, you take a wound. Rest of the time, nothing happens.
I genuinely think this is a heal 1 card and a trigger to play Baratheon Conviction. That's the way I.
Why not just make it a heal 1 card?
Yeah, exactly. Just make it start of turn heal 1. God, that would be fucking trash, but it would have the same effect. Right. God, right. There's first card. It must get better from here. Lavish Encampment. When an NCU claims a zone, after resolving the effect, you can move it to an empty zone. So if you remove them from the letters or the crowns, you have one of your units become vulnerable. Okay? And if you remove it from the bags or swords, one of your units becomes panicked and then takes a panic test.
Well, you see, Mickey, it's really important that Renly, who automatically counts as controlling zones, doesn't have those zones blocked by his opponents. Wait, no.
Why is this a Joffrey card, but worse than a Joffrey card?
What the fuck?
This is... This is abysmal. Like, this is literally worse than Tyrion's false agenda, right? This is literally worse in every way than False Agenda, and the only upside I can ever see this having is your opponent going, haha, I can make your unit that has morale that's not amazing do a panic test with a panic token, and then you roll it, and you pass, and they get you to re-roll it, and you pass, in which case, Lavish Encampment was just a bad Night of Summer! Like, if this card is a worse version of this piece of garbage, and its best usage, no. I'm sorry. This is fucking terrible.
Yeah.
It's even worse when you consider that Alistair NCU exists, who could accomplish the same thing without the downside. The only downside is you'd be running Alistair.
There's no need, and Alistair's shite. Like, Alistair's already considered shite. There is no world in which that effect needs a downside. There's just no world.
What actually annoys me, the only saving grace with this, unlike False Agenda, it's not when you activate, it's when you claim the zone. So you don't know this is going to happen until after you've claimed the zone. So it does allow Baratheons to kind of go, you can't block swords against me, or you can't block bags. But like, if you're like, you can't block letters against me, it's like, who the fuck cares? Or you can't block crowns against me, I'm like, if I'm blocking crowns against you as a Baratheon player, I'm probably just a fucking imbecile. Like,
maybe there's a scenario where you have to charge a unit before the game ends, but you're out of range, so you need to move them off the horse so you can maneuver.
Yeah.
No, horse isn't even an option, is it?
No. So this is actually
there's no negative horse.
There's no negative to horse.
Okay.
So Lavish Encampment is your opponent claims the horse, and then you get to use horse, which is okay. I'm so glad that we've had this discussion that this card allows Baratheons to maybe use the horse with no downsides.
Absolute garbage.
Anyway,
come on, let's save the whole side of the faction with this third card.
Overconfidence. Well, he's certainly got a lot of overconfidence so far with those first two cards. When an enemy ends a maneuver, march, or retreat action, target one friendly combat infantry unit in long range that can charge that enemy. It becomes vulnerable and performs one charge action on that enemy. If it successfully charges it, instead of making the melee attack, it suffers 2 hit for each remaining rank. And if it's Renly, you can re-roll the charge dice. So this is basically Ride Them Down, but for infantry, and infantry only. Which
it's better than Ride Them Down, because infantry can have 3 ranks, whereas Ride Them Down cav only 2 ranks.
You also become
6
vulnerable.
hits max. I actually really like this card, and it's like the only thing I like probably out of this whole box. When we talk about Rose Knights, right? We talked about this earlier with the Stag Knights conversation. Stickiness and the ability to stick to your opponents, and so often people just ignore the Rose Knights because they don't want to start that healing auto dealing mechanism. Overconfidence can help those Rose Knights stay engaged, that your opponent has to deal with them. And there's some interesting combos you could run here with Master Warden to ensure that your Master Warden attachment gets their hold the line to trigger. Because I mean, I've tried running Master Warden and I'm always either getting an expert duelist and never using it, or my opponent's always just not letting me start engaged with it, and I'm never doing it. Something like Overconfidence could enable that attachment that you paid for to actually trigger.
Sure.
Everything he said.
I'm like, the way I look at it is if I make a 1-inch retreat, I'm like, well, that was a pretty dumb move against Renly. So what happens if I do like a retreat and I roll like a 4? And then I move 5 and 4 is 9, and you're looking at this charge being like, it's a 5+ charge from my Master Warden unit. Yeah, let's go.
True, but if you really want to be engaged, then that was a charge that you're going to have to take on when you're activated anyway.
100%.
It's a free charge is a free charge.
A free charge is a free charge.
Charge.
Yeah.
But it's like...
yeah, whatever, you know.
Like, when we consider...
I'd really like this to be his second or third best card.
Yes, that's the problem. This is his best card. And this isn't bad, like it's not a bad card, but it's like this is the only redeeming feature we've seen so far, right?
It doesn't make up for everything else.
Yeah.
Also anti-synergistic with
Rose Knights.
With the Lancers and the High Guard and Pikemen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, the Lancers can't use it anyway because they're not infantry, and the High Guard and Pikemen anti-synergistic doesn't work with Rose Knights. Heal 1, deal 1 because they don't make a melee attack, so they don't even get to heal 1, deal 1 automatically. At best, this is 6 hits.
Yeah.
The worst bit about this is you don't even make them vulnerable when you get to them. You make them vulnerable first. So you can't even Stag's Wit for the automatic 1 engaged unit gets the vulnerable. You'd have to control the letters first.
I mean, how many Stag Wits do we think we have in this deck?
Exactly.
This would be our answer to everything. I just gave myself tokens, but I'm going to Stag's Wit them to you. It's like, we don't have infinite Stag's Wit. Plus, our opponent also sometimes gives out tokens, which we would like to Stag's Wit.
And the irony being,
Renly controls the letters all the time.
vulnerable is like the one thing against Baratheons, which is quite good as well because it helps them get through the armor, right? So, yeah. Oh man. At least we've got the Rainbow Guard. So, 8-point Rainbow Guard, which everyone might look at and think, oh, they're not Kingsguard. Kingsguard are 6, and Kingsguard are okay at 6. And Joffrey's fucking terrible. Joffrey has no abilities, but at least the King Guard are 6. So, Rainbow Guard are 8. These are pretty promising, right? And then we turn the card over, and we go, no.
This is Kingsguard that we have at home.
This is Kingsguard.
So, everything is identical. The Baratheon banners are identical.
Yep.
The attack profile is identical.
Yep.
The defense and morale is identical. What's different is the price and the abilities on the side. So you have to decide if Counter-Strike and Iron Resolve is 2 points worse than Perseverance and Valor, Rally Point, and Swift Strike, and controlling zones.
And not worth 2 victory points when you die.
I mean,
true.
The being worth
which is the one thing that they consider worthy of reducing the cost of a unit. I'm pretty sure they consider the Kingsguard to be an 8-point unit, and Renly has reduced the cost of that unit by 2 points because he gives up 2 VPs. In the same way,
downsides to his cards.
Well,
but then Renly also has downsides to Lavish Encampment or whatever. So
yes, yes. It's not worth it. Like, it's not even worth comparing to Kingsguard. Like, because Kingsguard don't even see play. Like, this is not an 8-point unit. This is not a good unit. It is not worth seeing play. If in some world you decided to run this Renly commander, you thought he's the best commander in the game, I'm going to run this Renly. He has value. Overconfidence is brilliant. Is a game changer.
You'd run him in a different unit.
You should not spend the next 8 points on the Rainbow Guard.
I would
because they are a bad unit.
The only saving grace I see for the Rainbow Guard is the rally point allows things like High Guard and Pikemen to have 5 morale. But like, I'm not convinced because the list building just becomes shit. That's the thing.
Make it cost 5 and we'll talk. Jesus, yeah. I mean, yeah. I think somebody asked in the Stats Discord today if it was 7, would I play it? And then assuming the answer is no, if it was 6, would I play it? If it was 7, no, I wouldn't play it. If it was 6, I would think I would play it. Yeah.
I mean, I've just built a list here with all the components you want. 3 NCUs, all 4 pointers. And then you've got the Stag Knights, which are for now filling in as Renly's Rainbow Guard. You probably want a unit of champions of the Stag on Renly's side, because champs are pretty good. And then you've got like 1, maybe 2 units of High Guard and Pikemen to really double down on the 5 morale. And you've got 2 points left. And now you've made a 7 activation list with that Renly commander, where if you're sensible, you run basically the same list with Elden Commander and Battle Endurance, and you're happy.
No, we're not happy. We're done.
Yeah.
Rainbow Guard are absolute trash. Don't
talking about like wish lists, and I talked about this a little earlier with like Vassal or whatever, or Squire. It would be neat if the guard units, so this could be King's Guard, Rainbow Guard, Blood Riders, and even Castle Rock Honor Guard, if they had like a protect your commander from expert duelist ability.
No, you can't get duelisted from them, which would make Joffrey's Kingsguard actually pretty good. It would make this unit probably not much better, but it would make.
And I left out Ned Stark's Honor Guard. Yeah, them too. You know,
Bone Lord's Chosen. Anything like that.
That would at least make it interesting. Like, okay, Drogo's so popular, you won't see the Rainbow Guard coming.
And also, it is fucking ironic that you have the Rainbow Guard or the King's Guard standing around, and Drogo comes off, lops off Joffrey's head, and then you've got people like Manda Moore being like, "Oh, aren't we supposed to protect that guy?" yeah, you are, buddy. Yeah, you are.
For all the interesting design that it would be, Drogo, Blade Men, charge this unit in the front. You can't expert duelist Renly. Don't worry, I'm going to one-shot you.
I'm just going to one-shot him.
Don't worry, you're dead.
I'll just do the auto wounds, baby.
Yeah. Boom. Okay, cool, you're dead. Don't worry about it. Don't bother. I wasn't going to expert duelist anyway. I was just doing +1 wound. Like, this is their real problem. 8 wounds on a unit that is like not that tanky is just one-shot bait for like so many things in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Or at the very, very, very least, double tap. Like it would get double tapped by anything.
Mm-hmm.
Just double tapped by mediocre stuff. It's get double tapped by a unit of cutthroats.
Yeah, and at 8 points, you're going to be probably out activated. So this is probably one of your better units in your list. Like no.
All the downsides aside, another kind of bummer is that they didn't do anything different with the Baratheon banners. And I thought that might have been like, it could have been as simple as instead of a panicked token, it's a vulnerable token or whatever. Like, just like tweak it a little bit, give it its own flavor, make it more Renly and Tyrell themed. And just nothing.
The Baratheon banners just really suck now. Like, they're not trash, but with that, when they remove the removing the
maneuver, the cav
maneuver, not being able to putting out a panicked and a weakened is just shit. You should be able to put out a panicked and a vulnerable, and at least you're getting good tokens to some. I have a bad moment with this, right? I charged Drogo on 5 wounds with Joffrey Kingsguard, and I spent some Baratheon banners to do all this wounds, and then it's Flayed Men Drogo, right? And my opponent rolls 9 saves, 9 defense dice, and he rolls 8s, 4 pluses. And I had no way of setting a vulnerable up, and I had no way of putting a vulnerable out from this card. And I just went, Joffrey just charged a unit of Drogo, and I did like 2 wounds. And I had no way of making that better with that unit alone. Now, I could have set up a vulnerable elsewhere, right? My fault. But it just feels bad when you set up all this nice charge, and then you go, yeah, fuck it, that was pointless. The cav move just way better on the old Baratheon banners. They should have that back, I think. I don't know. What a piece of shit.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
Total trash unit.
So, we'll go through them in order now. In order of, I guess, importance. I don't know. Loras, Tyrell, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, the 1-point attachment that you can't obviously take with the Rainbow Guard. Comes with Deadly Bloom.
Cool. So we can have old Rose Knights back, right?
For a point. Yeah.
That's the one that Rose Knights are missing, right?
No, they
missing... still have their Deadly Bloom. They lost Dauntless.
They lost Dauntless. Nah.
So when this box was first announced, obviously people kind of compared it to like Kingsguard, but we knew going in wasn't going to have NCUs, right? Or it probably wouldn't have any NCUs. So, and you're talking earlier about the Stannis box. Like, okay, you came out with a good commander, you came out with a good NCU, came out with a good attachment, right? And you're happy with that. With this box, you're looking at it, and we're disappointed in the commander. We're disappointed in the unit. But at least it has a ton of attachments. So surely, just by quantity alone and blind luck, some of these attachments will be good. Like in the King's Guard, commanded more +1 to hit and sundering for 1 point. That's pretty good. Marin Trant hands out 2 tokens. Okay, I can see it. So it's like, okay, so how about like Expert Duelist for a point, or Intimidating Presence for a point, or Iron Resolve for a point, or, you know, one of those like nice abilities. Like one of these units has to have something nice like that, right? One of these attachments has to come out as like a decent option.
Sure.
Surely.
That,
You know what? I'm with Malco. I'm slightly interested in Laura Spikeman.
yes.
Okay. Because they have Perseverance and Valor.
You deal a wound every time you attack, which means you deal a wound, which means that basically you get an auto 2 wound swing every time you make an attack.
You're now just Rose Knights.
Yeah. Basically, you're 6 point Rose. You are 6 point Rose Knights that do damage on the charge.
But defensively shit.
Do you like that better than 6 point Riders of Highgarden?
Use them both.
Yeah.
Both? Okay.
Maybe.
So he might see play if you have a point left over in your Elena combo list, maybe.
I would have loved 1 point Expert Duelist on Boris instead of only having the 2 point option, right?
Yeah.
The Carl effect. Just have the 2 point option on the 1 point.
Right.
Move
That's
on.
the only place I see it. You can only combine Expert Duelist with some kind of Dauntless or some kind of Perseverance and Valor or whatever it's called.
Gaiard Morrigan's up next. Gaiard the Green, his 2 point attachment. His only wish was to command the Vanguard, so he gets Counter Strike and Dauntless.
So when I first looked at
2 points.
When I first looked at these, I thought they were all 1 point. So I'm like, oh, Gaiard looks okay because he's got 2.
Yeah. I was literally just saying, that could be fair at 1 point. That for a point.
It's like, oh wait,
wait, no, he's
2
2
points.
No. Bye. Next.
Yep. Complete crap. It's okay though because you got Roba Royce, Robar the Red.
Yeah.
Let's be interested. He's a 2 point attachment.
No.
With Furious Charge and Reckless Strikes. Which
And then you look at Sandor for 1 point and you feel sad.
I mean, this is Dario Naharis 1 point attachment.
Dario for 1 point.
Where you pay a point for Furious Charge.
And we've ascertained that Furious Charge is a half-point ability at the very best.
Yeah.
Very best.
Sandor has it, plus another ability for 1 point.
Mm-hmm.
Total dog shit.
Cool. Eamon Coy. Now, I'll be fair. 1 point attachment. Eamon the Yellow. He comes with Vengeance of the Crown, which, after you're attacked with a melee attack, if you control crowns, the attacker suffers 1 wound plus 1 for each missing ranks. I don't hate this for 1 point. This is very similar to the Lannister version. It might have play. People might put this in a unit of Wardens to go, fuck you.
I'd consider it if it didn't rely on crown control.
Yeah, I'd pass on this one.
I don't think it's going to be good. It's not good.
Bye-bye.
Brienne, 1 point though. We've seen Brienne. She's been impressive. We can get free charges off Brienne the Blue. We can do some real nice things with 1 point Brienne elsewhere. So now we get a 1 point Brienne with Battle Scars.
Cool. That exists in 3 other places and nobody uses them.
Cool. So moving on to Bryce Karen. Hey, look, I will say this. Battle Scars, if it's going to work in any faction, it's going to work in Baratheons, who should be able to sustain all these hits. And the answer is no, it doesn't work.
Maybe Unit of Wardens could get scary if it gets hit a lot.
Wow, those 6 dice with Vicious. And it's still hitting on 4s, but you might get rerolls if you get attacked enough. Cool. Bryce Karen. Bryce the Orange. Because what we really needed in Baratheons, and this might be not a meme, is Taunt. We might really need Taunt in Baratheon.
No, we joke about Taunt being a garbage ability. This might be the best one we've seen so far because it gives you potentially that stickiness that you want.
Yeah.
Maybe Taunt is secretly OP in Baratheon.
Guys, I'm not buying Taunt. Like, I'm not doing it.
Carlo refuses to buy Taunt.
We almost had him, Mickey. We almost had him.
Yeah, I'm not buying Taunt.
And lastly, and now this one I do actually think, this one I will promise you, this one will see play, and I promise you I think it's bad. And it's Palm and Crane, 1 point ability, comes with Rally Cry. I don't think people will look at this and say Rally Cry for 1 point is really good.
People have already looked at it and said, "Oh, I might play that one," and I can see why. But it on an infantry unit, it just feels worse than it would for 1 point in a cavalry unit because at least the cavalry unit can be, medic on the spot, get around the map, right?
The thing is, a cavalry unit can almost guarantee that they can always attack.
Yeah.
Slow infantry units go, oh damn, you're positioned like that, so I can't now charge you or get into your flank and charge you because I'm a quarter of an inch inside your flank arc that I can't fit in. Now I'm sad. Better move into your front arc. What do you mean you just activated and shifted so I now can't charge you anymore? Oh, fucking hell!
Coming from the guy that ran Double Glory Secret at Pittsburgh, I don't think I'd run a lot of Parman Crane.
People go on about Rally Cry being really good, and Rally Cry is a nice ability. Not when you pay for it.
And not in a changing meta where now Martells can shut off healing.
I think that this is by far the one that will see the most play. Because I think people have a boner for Rally Cry.
Yeah, people do have a raging boner for Rally Cry.
I don't think it's good.
Yeah, hell, fucking Reckless Heroism would have been something we could have seen, yeah.
Oh, Reckless Heroine Pikeman. Ooh, fuck me.
Yeah. Like, fuck it, I'd pay for that. Just to mess with it.
So you went down to see where?
I mean, Renly's side could use it because Pikeman could actually benefit from that, right?
Or Rose Knights. Or Rose Knights.
Rose Knights who are so slow and
wound themselves and then they can heal themselves.
Yeah, it's okay, Carlo. It's okay because what you can do is you can taunt them into your Rose Knights. Or if you can't taunt them, hang on. You can wound yourself with reckless strikes. Counter strike.
Cool.
Hang on.
Total shitter of a box.
Run Rainbow Guard to give your Rose Knights 5 morale.
When was the last time I saw a box this bad? I can't remember actually.
I can.
Somebody posted. Oh yeah, Castle Rock Honor Guard. Or probably
Golden Company Crossbowmen.
Golden Company Crossbows. No, legit. I'd fielded Golden Company Crossbows before I fielded Rainbow Guard.
At least Golden Company Crossbowmen can get you an elephant.
Get this right. I actually think Golden Company Crossbowmen with that Loros for Swift striking can at least make use of Sentinel.
9 points. Get out of here.
No. The Renly commander. I meant. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah. For Swift, you can Sentinel charge in and Swift strike off to the side. Look at that combo. Fuck my life.
No. I'm not sure if I would pick Rainbow Guard or Castle Rock Honor Guard. I don't know. Big oof. Yeah.
Daniel says, "Is this the worst?"
At least you get 12 wounds with Castle Rock Honor Guard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at least I haven't been forced into a shit commander.
Daniel's right.
Thought we'd see the day.
Is this the worst hero box? I actually think it is. One commander choice, no alternative. no NCUs whatsoever. At least Joffrey comes with an NCU in himself.
Yeah,
At
despite
least
6 attachments, all of them are gonna miss.
yeah. There's one attachment in there that I think might see play, and there's one attachment that will get picked
There's
a
7
lot.
attachments, right?
7, yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
And 2 of them
5 of them are garbage tier, and 2 of them are
probably
mostly
not good.
unplayable.
Yeah.
Right, two of them are standard levels of attachment bad.
Yeah.
And the other 7 are garbage tier bad. So the 5.
This
Jesus.
is. I have no. I mean, we're talking about it from a competitive level, right? I'm glad that the Rainbow Guard are in the game. Like that
And-
side of
and,
it's
you
very
know,
important. But like,
We've talked about like people buying and selling units in the past, like, oh, the Flademen got nerfed when they used to have 2 armor, and then everyone sold their Flademen, and then Flademen got good again. And so, if for no other reason, it could get improved in the future.
I would buy this box for the models, which I think are good
Yeah.
sculpts. The unit itself, which I think could potentially have some play and could be something in the future that is nice to run, because I think it's quite clear that Joffrey and Kingsguard is not something that sees competitive play. I'd like to think that Simon know that Joffrey Kingsguard needs some love. So maybe they'll see the same thing with the Rainbow Guard and say they need some love. But I think that you'd be joking to run this competitively at the moment.
You heard it here first, guys. Go to Facebook and riot, because I heard that's the only way things get fixed.
No, you just spam the Discords every day, saying the same thing over and over again.
I don't think it'll work, though, because everybody's so tired of calling Bara players whingers. Bara players are just cry babies who don't know what they've got, right?
We have champs now,
Yeah.
and they're trying to take that from us.
Fuck up.
We finally got something good.
Unit.
We have Queensmen and champs.
Yeah. You go complain about Rainbow Guard, they'll take your champs away from you. So just be quiet. Cool. They're terrible. But at least 2 boxes came out at the same time. To be a single faction loyalist, as it were.
Oh, I almost forgot. Big missed opportunity, because we were talking about this earlier, non-aligned. Gerard Morgan, Harmon Crane, Bryce Karen all switched over to Stannis' side after Renly died. Why are they all Renly loyalty? Why can't you take them? I wouldn't want to take them, but why not, for lore accurate purposes, make them loyalty neutral? Like, are we ever going to get something else outside of the starter box and champs that can go to both loyalties ever again?
No. I feel like unless we see a neutral hero box 5, I don't think we're ever gonna see. They are so far down the deviation. Like, it seems odd. Oh, that's not true. They did release High Garden Pikemen. They don't have loyalty.
It's like I don't know why we're even like trying to pretend that they're the same faction anymore. They share a deck and they share starter box units and champs.
No.
But even when we have chances to make cross loyalty units or attachments, they punt on the option.
What if they were a point extra to take them out of loyalty? What?
Yeah, I mean, I probably won't ever run it, but it'd be neat to like have that flavor.
Points cost. Never mind +1 point. Come on. Let's. I've had enough.
It's not too late. It's not too late to join the Stannis side, Carlo. And
I think the Renly. I think Olenna specifically has a really important role to play in the Martell matchup. And so I really think that something needs to work. I don't know. I think Hygon maybe can see play. I think the Lancers are all right. I need to play them more. I feel like they're good for 6 points, but their rating is bad. And like,
it's the faction that they're in. They're not supported in the deck in any way.
No.
I mean, if you compare them to like Targaryen Screamers, they have comparable damage output on more or less Gilly. But the Targaryen deck, as terrible as the Targaryen deck is, at least supports Dothraki play. And then they still don't even run Screamers. So
and Targs can get activation advantage to allow the late turn setup charges, which Baratheon simply can't do.
Correct. Renly doesn't have a 4-point unit. The ascend is Stannis only.
So you're locked into an 8.
We'll see where things go. But I feel like you have to find something. Maybe I'm overselling it. Maybe I'm overthinking the role that Martells and Doran will play specifically. But I feel that Barras have to find something inside of Renly's side that they can make work just for the usage of Olenna. I also think that Eldon and Courtney are both amazing NCUs. Unfortunately, Eldon's also the best commander.
The problem with the Eldon list is it's 2 champs, 2 wardens, and 2 glory seekers. But then you're locked at 12 points for NCUs, so then you can't afford Olenna.
You have to drop out one of the glories.
Yeah.
I drop both the glories, and I wonder whether or not the Highgarden Lancers have a use instead of one of the wardens.
Maybe.
I've played against that list. It has some value. Again, the problem is you're running a 7, and then the Riders of Highgarden really just become. They have to sit behind the champs and wait for the champs to tank.
Sit behind the champs. They sit behind the champs, and they basically look to counter charge, because like somebody wants to hurt the champs, they have to get in the flank. And the Lancers look to say, well, I'm going to sit behind these champs, and when somebody comes into their flank, I'm going to go into their flank or rear, and that's quite dangerous.
But no one in
I
the
ran
right.
something.
No one in the right
I ran
mind.
something very similar to that at Gen Con. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. No one in their right mind is going to flank charge Champions of the Stag in a 7 mirror when you've got Riders of Highgarden sat there as a support piece waiting to come in. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's such a telegraph play.
Yeah, I guess.
That's the thing.
I ran a double champs, Riders, Warden, Courtney list at Gen Con and got destroyed by Craig and his Targaryens. Yeah. So I've tried it.
Yeah, but you're shit, mate.
Thanks.
That's great. Don't worry about it.
I finally got him. Third time when he came to KC. I finally got that feather in my cap.
Come on. What else is there? Because I don't want to dwell on sadness of Renly.
So, a couple of other things we've mentioned before we tune out for today. There was another event that was hosted last week. It was the Russian national event that was attended by 32 players, making it not close to some of the other nationals we saw in Poland, France, and the UK, but certainly equivalent to somewhere like, not quite on Spanish's level, but more akin to the Spanish level, the US level, and the Italian level, right? So that's great to hear that the Russian scene has growth, and we're seeing it won by a Baratheon player. Which is good to see. Running an Axel and Courtney combo. The Axel list is a bit different to what we might see across the rest of Europe, but it is the Mel Jacken burn style. And the Courtney list running Riders of Highgarden, running a Highgarden list. Going, again, 7 activations on both. That's good to see. Good to see that Russia's got a community there. Just delve into the stats, and no surprise, there was very few free folk players, but they did come away with the largest percentage win rate. And yeah, overall, great to see the event running. Great to see players playing. What was that, Carlo?
I was just showing my shock and horror that, and complete amazement that free folk had the highest win rate.
Oh, right, fair enough. because that's news.
Oh my god!
Oh.
I would never have guessed.
Also, congratulations to Steve Bevikand, who won with Starks in the starter box faction that was hosted by Ross over at the weekend as well. 8 players turned up, all starter box players. A lot of them quite new to the area, haven't played many games, so it's fantastic to see. Only a small community, but Ross growing the community in that area, which is fantastic to see. So, grats on the event, Ross. Said I'd shout you out. So, that pretty much takes us to the end of this episode. There are some, of course, more tournaments running.
We have one in Kansas City on Saturday.
Thank you. I'm glad you actually mentioned it. There we
go. We have I sent Mickey some pictures last month. Our local scene is growing. We have great group of guys. One player in particular I need to give a shout out to, Micah. I am Fun of Foodie on stats. Just started playing like 3 or 4 months ago. You know, the first time I played him, he didn't even know how to like play his cards. He has come a long way since, and he won the last 2 tournaments in October and September, and he rose all the way up to like 2nd out of all North American players on stats. So I just want to give him a shout out for his tremendous improvement as a player. And in our local tournaments, I got us some swords for our prize pool. 1 sword per faction. So Micah won last month running Night's Watch, which means the Night's Watch sword is off the table. And so there'll be a continually depleting pool of prize swords available as those factions win, which will ultimately have the effect of, I think,
that's a cool idea,
encouraging players to play with the weaker factions in future tournaments to try to get those swords that still remain.
So like the sword that's still there.
The gladiuses that we had at the OGT. Well, I guess a wooden gladius of about 1.5 foot long. Yeah.
There you go. So I think they're slightly smaller than the ones we've got. Ever so slightly. I think they're because the LGT ones are longer, but
I think one of the best things we ever did at the LGT is get those gladius. So that's a really cool idea.
Yeah,
I think that's cool. Really if you're going to run a series of events to try and challenge people to see if the whole community can find different people to win with different factions. I think that's cool.
No, it's really good. So you've got an event.
I am Funa Fiti. His name has also been very active on TTS, so not surprised that he's gotten good quick.
Yeah, he's beating me now.
It's not
hard. It's true. I was just a big fish in a small pond, or whatever they say.
Nah, you beat Carlo once. Small times
I beat Carlo once. Yeah. I almost tabled him. 1 move away from tabling him.
He's a big Baratheon in a no sundering meta.
Yeah. To be completely fair, for Carlo's game, we had a weird tactics board, and he was set up weird, and he missed that swords were open. I think if that hadn't,
don't give me the benefit of the doubt there, mate.
I don't know. I think if that hadn't happened, the game might not have swung as hard as it did.
I'll just translate that for anyone watching. What Kurt is saying is Carlo shit.
Carlo doesn't even know how to block swords.
What a noob.
How does this tactics board work?
Carlo got me day 2, so
yeah, cool. Obviously, it's fantastic to hear the community's going well, and I'm always happy to hear about any community that's benefiting. I know that Paul's saying in there in chat that they had an event this weekend in Chelmsford Bunker event ran again, which is fantastic to see. I'll just very quickly go and see who actually won it because I didn't check. It was the Kingdoms Gaming and the Chelmsford Bunker. My mouse has crashed. Brilliant. Good work, mouse. There we go. So the Chelmsford Bunker event was won by well, this is not Chelmsford Bunker. This is this Polish event. Aha, that's the future one. that's also a French event. That's a future one. There we go. Chelmsford Bunker was won by a Gravel Grant with his tags, which is good to see. I'm happy with that. Big man Grant getting a win, and I'm guessing he beat Free Folk. He beat the guy who came in second place twice. Beat OJ's Free Folk as well. Nice to see. Oh, congrats to Grant there. For that win, and the one in Kingdoms Gaming was won by Caldo, which we know is one of the patrons over at Stats, which is quite funny because he attended with Littlefinger, and I know that Dean and Michael and that lot do play a lot together, and I think it's quite good that Caldo, who has had a...
I don't think they give Caldo all the respect he deserves.
Yeah, exactly. He's always been a bit of the whipping boy, I think, for Chris and for Dean. So for him to come away with a win is a pretty big day. I'm pretty happy with that. Cool. All right then. We'll jump into other events. So we have got there is one of the last Route to the Citadel events happening, as well as a bunch of other things. But this is Le Roux du Nord, the King in the North event happening in France. This is in Thionville, in France. This is quite a small event, this one, but it is, I believe, a part of that whole system thing that they're trying to run. But I really hope that event goes really well. I like this because I like the
6 rounds.
Yeah, 6 rounds.
12 people.
Yeah. Nuts.
Wait, there's two different dates there. On the 11th of the 22, 3 rounds.
Yes.
On the 12th. And the 13th, 6 rounds. Oh, so there's a Friday tournament and a
and a weekend
Saturday, Sunday tournament as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll see who they've got, but they've got it's all the kind of people that own Ungaran's there, who is present at the other thing, Viking Tourney. So I do think there's a lot of players going to be there. We'll see how that one turns out in the end. What else have we got? Jesus Christ, this list is so big. Holy shit. How many tournaments have we got? Fuck my life. I've opened them all, that's why. Refresh this. I was about to say, there can't be this many future tournaments. So, we've got the event happening in Poland as well. Where would we be without a Polish event? Another one at Bolta. This time it's a beginner of tournament over at Bolta. So someone asked much earlier, where's the biggest scene of A Song of Ice and Fire? And I think most people would say that in terms of competitive rate at which they play games, Poland per population size and density is probably going to be the best place for the game. An event in France, as we just mentioned, another event in Barcelona happening this weekend as well. Great to see there. An event happening in Bergheim in Germany, a 40-player event, so quite a large event happening in Germany there. There's Aros Con, which is happening in Denmark, in Aarhus, in Denmark, up to 32 players. I really hope that the Danish community continues to impress, which they have been doing. Final event from Duke's Gaming for this year, the last event going into 2023, which is a one-dayer over in Pontypool, just a small event. So I really hope that one goes well. There's the Battle of Bannockburn Bastards, which is an event happening in Scotland this weekend. Smaller event again, promoted by the guys up there, so really hope that goes well. There's the Open Route du Nord Alliance, Norden, whatever it is, this Route to the Citadel.
That's the weekend part of it, the 6th round bit.
Yes, the weekend part of it, the 6th round event, happening again up in Thionville as well in France. There's the Tournament of Giving in Chattanooga, Tennessee, which again I've seen a couple of events from happening in that area. So I'm really glad that scene is kind of growing. You've obviously got Kurt's event happening up in Overland Park in Kansas. How are you? How many people have you got so far? Do you reckon? I can check here.
I don't know.
I'll check. Random question, I know, but like 0 people have signed up on Stats. It's a great start. Have you completely failed to enable them? Great work.
Yeah.
You haven't actually got them to sign up yet.
No, we probably average like 12, and I think we're getting more. We're growing. It's just a matter of schedules lining up. And
Are you hoping for try and get 16 this weekend?
yeah, that'd be lovely if we could get 16.
Yeah.
I know Craig's coming down, not this month, but in December for our December tournament, coming down from Iowa to join us. And I've shot invites out to like the Indianapolis group. Open invite to everyone, of course.
Carlo just turns up.
I'll be there.
Yes.
Carlo and Sławek. Just
Because I need to travel to the US 3 times in 6 months.
is that even legal? Can you do that? They might think it's a bit of a weird one. Anyway, Utah as well. First time I think we've seen an event happening in Utah, in Clearfield, Utah, which is, hey, great. And they call it the Pre-Turkey Bowl, which I'm guessing is, hey, cool. I'm happy with that. There's another starter box event happening in Clovis, California, and there's another event happening in Belgium. 16 player small event, Storm of Swords in Poland, again where we'll be without a Polish event happening both days. Another event in Madrid in Poland, Madrid in Poland, holy hell, everywhere's Poland now. Madrid, Spain. The En route to the Citadel 50 player event, the main event of the weekend there for the French, with the weird timing thing and the grand tournament of it all. And that is this weekend closing out. So what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Call it 17 because I think one of them's on there twice. 17 events happening this weekend on Stats, which on an average of 10 players to 20 players a piece, you're talking 150 to 250-ish players playing a competitive Song of Ice and Fire either this Saturday or Sunday.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Good job,
amazing.
Community.
Yeah.
Pats on the back all around.
Well done, community. Well done, the Song of Ice and Fire.
I mean, it's good, right? It's I think it's really nice. It's nice to see that the game, if not growing, the competitive scene is having more events, and more events means that the game hopefully will grow. You know, so.
We've just had a month of the LGT, Polish nationals, French nationals, Russian nationals,
the US nationals even just slightly before that as well, like not even that long ago.
Yeah, Canadian nationals.
Canadian nationals.
Yeah. They're not really. No, but we've just had a month of like really, really big high profile events. And yes, like US nationals and that, they are in the same conversation. But the game is so much more than that, and the community is so much more than that. And like it's really, really positive to see that there are so many different events of various sizes going on. I think every 16, 20-man event that can run is another great success story for a small area. And if they didn't exist, then we would never be able to talk about 80, 100 player events, because they don't just happen out of nowhere. Like it takes people grafting all over the place to grow small clubs, small local communities, and yeah. So a big thank you to everybody who does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's great news, and more people using the site's obviously a positive thing as well. But yeah, it's just good to see the game growing. More people playing it, and you see more and more people every day putting up from random places, like guy from Maine being like, I play in Maine, and I'm like, I don't know of any communities East Coast Maine area. And he's like, yeah, there's like 3 or 4 guys who play at the LGS, and yeah, fantastic, right? There is one more piece of news and or interesting thing that has been announced today, which I'll just let people wonder about, because this last one is, I don't really know if there's anything we can say on this. And that is that CMON have announced that at the CMON Expo in Thailand on the 4th and 5th of the December of this year, they are hosting a tournament. 2 days, 32 players.
That's Worlds 2023, mate. Did you not get your invite?
Well, this is the thing, right? That's all they've said. And then what they've said is they've invited players from all over Asia. And it sounds like what they're trying to run is effectively an Asian championship at the CMON Expo in Thailand. And they're giving out a lot of shit. The winner of the event getting the Lords of the Seven Kingdom Asia 2022 title, whatever that means. The Martell starter set, a Martell's Hero 1, Hand of the King box, and they're giving places for the people who killed the most, the people who lost the most, painting prizes, normal painting requirements there. There's special events going on for promo models and things throughout the event.
That's cool.
I think that is a very encouraging sign for Worlds 2023 because because my biggest complaint has always been in the past that like when CMON have tried to run events or like Asmodee or organized play or whatever, like so talking about US nationals effectively, they constantly try to run before they can walk. It seems like they're being run by people who've never bothered to run an event before. And so even if this is like a prelude to Worlds 2023, which will be 1 year further away, like this time next year, if they're just trying to run a 32-player event with some international travelers this year, then that does bode really well to hopefully like they will be better set for their next tournament to run. Like, nobody should try and run the biggest, most important event for the game if they haven't run multiple other not important events for this specific game before. And so, you know.
Yep.
Seems like there's a sizable group out of Singapore of players.
Yeah,
I think there's a presence in China too, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Not really, you know, ever been able to tap into, you know, that player base and get a good understanding of what's going on. But there are some, you know, there are known distributors, there are known players, there are some people who pop up now and again. So, it'd be very interesting to see who turns up and who does whatever. But Stovetop, you need to you got to check your jealousy there, otherwise you'll soon turn into a European looking at all the treats that the Americans get. You're getting a small taste of what it's like being European and then dangling like a massive carrot in front of the American competitive scene, like, oh, this is the most important thing in the world.
So
but now they've decided Asia is the most important thing in the world because that's where their headquarters is.
Well, it is encouraging to see that it looks like they've learned a little bit from US Nats this year and breaking down the prize pool to say best painted, most units destroyed, like multiple participants rather than just top 2, top 3 or whatever it was.
I don't think that they've learned from US nationals. I just think somebody else is different doing it. Like, I don't think there's that communication. Like, I just think that this is totally different people who will not really have looked at US nationals or the feedback from US nationals. Personally, maybe they have.
I'm trying to be nice, Carlo. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt.
I'm not. As in, like, I just think that the amount of communication will probably be really, really low. I think the amount of interactivity that they have between whoever's running this event and like, because US Nationals, Gen Con, it wasn't even run by CMON, right? It was run by Asmodee.
This is specifically run. This is insane. They have a tournament pack already, and it's specifically a forward from CMON Asia Pacific team. So this is a CMON run event, and they've already put the pack out for it and everything.
Which is hugely better than anything they've done in the past, right?
Yeah.
Does everybody get? Let's say everybody gets an expansion box?
One free SIF box with entry and a set of promo oversized cards.
Huh.
How much did it cost? 1,000.
1,000 Thai baht.
Whatever.
I think it is. Or yeah.
1,000.
Anyone know the currency exchange rates?
It's yeah. No, I don't. I have no idea what the
THB. A quick look.
It's BAT, BAHT. It would be the Thai BAHT, BAT.
Thai baht to euros. It's about $30.
$30.
Okay.
Yeah.
$30 entry, you get a free expansion box. So you basically buy a box and you're in.
It's open to any players, local and overseas as well. 32 players, and that's including the full entry to the CMON Expo for the event as well. Not just a tournament, but you're paying for CMON Expo tickets. So you get entry there. It takes you through the registration information, where you can register, how you can register, the tournament guidelines all laid out, tactics cards. They've given a link where you can print all the tactics cards out to drop boxes with the actual files, with the Baratheon print cards and objective cards and all these. I will straight up say this. I'm
Very
not there.
promising.
I'm not at the event, but this is actually good. Look, titles. No player can win multiple prizes for these things. You get the Greg Clegane title, the Red Wedding Survivor title, the Best Painted Army, Fully Painted Army participation, the schedule. Like, this is good. This is good.
I'm sorry, mate. I'm going to have to give you a tournament escape. I'm going to Indonesia.
We'll get them next year, boys.
The achievements.
Thailand, right? Thailand.
What do we say to the God of Death not today? Survive expert duelist at least 3 times during the match. Flameman has no secrets.
Not to go into every game, but when I played Othel versus Ruby, I survived expert duelist 4 times.
Do you know what's even funnier? Not only did he survive expert duelist, he charged into Mance in the game, and the first time he got to use expert duelist, he missed that one against Mance the first time as well. So he failed 5 experts in a row. Grim. Flamer has no secrets. Fail all panic tests during a match. Unstoppable, reach the enemy deployment zone with an infantry unit. Fail 3 charges. Have your entire army destroyed in the first 3 rounds. Oh, fucking hell. Pass all panic tests. Have a unit engaged by 3 enemy units and survive at the end of the round. Control all objectives. These are great, man. There's what?
Yeah.
How many? There's 40 different achievements you can get for points.
It's very creative to come up with all those.
And they get things.
So this is all the complaints that I had about the US, about how like a tournament doesn't have to focus its prize all towards winning, you know, and maybe we can give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they really did learn. Maybe this is just totally different people who have a much better understanding of what it is to run a community event. But this looks brilliant.
I might steal some of those for our local stuff.
Mm-hmm. And they're allotting 2-hour rounds for their games.
No balance update before this event? No, obviously not. I had a bet with Mikkel. Mikkel's running. Oh, I forget where. He said it like 5 times over. I forget exactly which city Mikkel lives in. They're running an event end of January, which I'm sure we'll talk about next week or something like that. He bet me. He is absolutely for sure that when list lock goes live mid-January, there will be a patch by then. I said no way. No patch by end of January.
Oh, for LVO?
Yeah. No patch by LVO.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have 4 from KC going this year.
Cool.
So, representing.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this is great news. This is good. Outlook. If CMON's Asia Pacific team decide to run organized play more often, and they kind of like synergy with organized play with the guy who's supposed to be heading it up and the changes in place, if they can look at this and say this is the standard, and price support and stuff, maybe tone it down a bit, but if this is the standard in terms of organization, happy days. Let's see, right? Let's see. Well, Kurt, we'll call it there, I think, and Carlo, yourself as well. Thank you very much for joining us, Kurt. spending some
I'm
time.
sure the
with us today.
community is sorry to see us go after 4 hours.
I know, right? It's a double episode because we didn't do one last week, right?
There you go.
Yeah, that's what it is. Thank you very much for being with us for the whole 4 hours as well, listening to us
Thank
ramble
you for
about
having
France.
me.
I really hope the event this weekend goes really well. Carlo, thanks for joining us as always. So, Baratheon Hero Box 3 on the site when?
Oh,
Don't worry,
Soon.
you only have to do one Hero Box. It's fine.
yeah. Nobody's asking when Hero Box 4's on.
All right.
All the Bara players with that badge are like, please don't put it on.
I was badge hunting, and now I'm sad. All right, fantastic. Well, yeah, thanks a lot, guys, and thanks for you guys for watching and sticking with us. For those of you that have done, and Paul's wife has been snoring next to him for the last 2 hours. My partner came in and told me to be quiet, so I had to be quiet. So yeah, I hope everyone has a great week. I hope everyone really enjoys themselves with their games and everything else this week, and we will see you all next week.
Bye-bye.
Ready? Aim!
There's too many.